Good afternoon, morning, or potentially evening, everybody. This is episode 149 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is known across the internet and lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name's Dan, and I'm joined as always by my very special friend, Philip. How are you, sir?
I am here. Yes, I have arrived. I've turned up for my shift. I'm clocking in, Dan. Yeah.
Is that what the sound of clocking in is? A sort of weird dropping...
It's like those old punch cards, yeah.
Yeah, but the way your sound effect worked, it sounded like you were like dropping a pen in some custard.
Oh, well, I mean, that could be clocking in for this job. I mean, it would be more sensible, probably. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the basis of a kind of, cohesive and more helpful kind of, timekeeping system. How gelatinated has that custard become? Has it developed a skin? Oh, okay, fine.
Exactly. Time to go home now.
Has it become mostly solid? I'm not actually much of a custard connoisseur, I have to be honest with you.
The old, I was going to say Emmental, but it's not. That's cheese. It's, oh God, what's it called? It'll come to me later.
That's
a brand of custards that comes in a packet.
Ambrosia?
Yes, I think that is it, yes.
There you go. I don't even, frequent custard, and even I know that. But what I don't know, Phil, is what we're going to be talking about in episode 149.
I know. I would love to say we didn't know, but we do now. So, originally, bit of context, everyone, bit of context. Now, we would have loved to have been reviewing the World Eaters, not World Bearers.
Well done.
I embarrassed myself by going into Games Workshop recently, asking for the World Bearers Codex, and he was like, "Do you mean World Bearers? World Eaters?" And I was like, yes, I do mean World Eaters. Even now, it's still in my head.
You both embarrassed each other. You both got it wrong. It was like,
I got it wrong twice, just saying it to him and recounting the story right now. I've got it wrong. Anyway, so no chance of either of us being able to get the World Eaters Codex, because it's just been sold out everywhere. So we're not reviewing that. I've managed to get the Ox of Omen Angron, but there's no point in reviewing that until we've reviewed the Abaddon book, which is still unavailable, literally everywhere, which is a story in and of itself that we could talk about, the lovely availability of Warhammer stock. Maybe we're doing that
in the outro, mate.
Do that in the outro.
Just tell them what we're actually talking about.
Instead, we are talking about... Yes, we'll get there eventually, everyone. We're talking about Inquisition. There is or more correctly, Agents of the Imperium, because there was an update as a free downloadable on the Warhammer Community website, making it all work nicely with the Ox of Omen detachments and boarding patrol detachments, which is also from Ox of Omen, to not be too confused. So anyway, they've done a free update. It's got all the data sheets in there for Inquisition, Rogue Traders, Assassins. So we're going to revisit these topics that we talked about before, but there's a little bit of change. We'll do a little bit of talking Inquisition and theme and rambling on about our love of Inquisition at the beginning. So there's all of that to talk about. And then potentially you're going to be talking about another topic with one of your friends, Dan.
Maybe, but we don't know if that's happened yet, so,
that could be
refer
bonus
to the timestamps below, but, that's what will be in the show. And you'll notice, if you're looking at that, the next thing is a 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
So, Phil, what do you reckon? Apple Podcasts? Audible?
Let's just go the old classic Apple Podcasts of the UK.
The Great Britain, Phil.
Yes.
We do well, Phil, in the Great Britons. So much so, yes, this one is Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. Comes via the way of FlaviousRufus. FlaviousRufus? FlaviousRufus? Something like that. I'm sure there's a more accurate pronunciation of the words, but that's what I'm going with. They have left us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts of Great Britain, and it reads, brilliant, 5 stars, which is, of course, Phil, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to appear here at some point in the future, leave us a 5-star review in a place where you can do so, and we'll seek it out across the internet. And then eventually, down the line, we'll be talking about you here in the 5-star review segment. Wouldn't that be exciting? Also, massive thank you to our patrons. Always got to shout out the patrons. We love and appreciate all of the patrons. So if you would like to or are able to support us and what we're doing here with Lookout Sir, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Links in the description, so on and so forth. And also, merchandise. Maybe one day one of you will buy some of this merchandise. I doubt it. And in a way, I can't blame you. But we do have it. So, you know, supporting a wonderful independent trader by the name of Rev Level, lovely bloke called Lee, does great stuff. If you don't buy our merch, at least check out his website and buy some of his stuff, because it's really good. And we'll leave it at that. So, Phil, 5-star words. 5-star review by way of FlaviousRufus. Brilliant. 5 stars. This is a brilliant podcast. As someone returning to the hobby, it was the perfect way to be brought up to date with a bang and a get excited again about 40k. I'm interested. Brought up to date with a bang and get excited about 40k. I obviously sort of gave the wrong kind of emphasis on the words there, so it didn't really make sense. I'll try that again. It was the perfect way to be brought up to date with a bang and get excited again about 40k. Dan and Phil bring passion, insight, and humour to deliver this truly special podcast. There you are, 5-star reviews, mate. I mean, to be honest with you, beautifully put. Thank you so much for taking the time to leave us that 5-star review, and obviously for the kind words within it. It means a lot to hear that, and obviously really awesome that you think the podcast is, air quotation marks, special. So that's pretty great. Yeah, it's always nice when people say lovely things. I almost don't believe it when I read it sometimes. You know what I mean? Like when you get that stuff that's actually quite sincerely nice, you're like, surely they're taking the mickey, but maybe they sincerely mean it. And I'm going to assume they do, because that's the right way to be.
Exactly. It is indeed.
What do you want to say, Phil? Expand upon it, if you will.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Rufus, for your wonderful review. You're once again, you're clutching at the heels. You're nipping at the ability to win that very fictional and completely not ever going to happen end of year mug for the best review of the year that we keep talking about pretty much every episode. This year has been going very strong on the 5-star review, so thank you. Appreciate it very much. Very wholesome, very good, very nice. Not much more I can say on that. It was succinct.
I'll tell you what was nice about it is it was a 5-star review that was really lovely, and it immediately had followed a 1-star review where we were being told off for whining too much.
Oh, okay. I don't think you've ever told me about that one, so you'll have to tell me about it later.
I will. But yes, no. I definitely would have told you about it at the time. It was.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was like it happened 2 years ago or something, because we're that behind on the reviews. Yeah,
indeed. What was harsh about it was it started nice. I mean, I can read aspects of it.
No. They don't deserve it on the show. They're not 5 stars. They don't get read out. That's the rules. We can't break them.
There you go. All right, well, thank you very much, everybody. Massive appreciation to those of you who left us a 5-star review, especially dear Rufus on this occasion. Thank you. Appreciate it. Been lovely. Obviously, for those of you who are considering leaving us a 5-star in the future, awesome. Thank you. Encourage it. Great. And then just you there listening right now, wonderful. You're, very
appreciate
good.
it.
Appreciate it, yes. Thank you. Transitional noise. Woo! All right, all. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about the digital pages of Agents of the Imperium. Because if you weren't already aware, the good people at Games Workshop took it upon themselves to take all of the various Inquisitors, assassins, henchmen, so on and so forth, and round them all up into a PDF because, they just didn't want any plausible, valuable any plausible value to be left in those war zones?
Well, yes. Fun fact, I think this is the third iteration of Rogue Trader rules this edition, because we had the initial ones from the Warzone books. I don't think there was any before that, although there would have been like the pre-existing, wherever the rules were before that. Then we had a digital update of Rogue Traders via Kill Team. So they took all the Kill Team units, gave them 40k rules. So that's where we saw the Rogue Trader, the Breachers appeared. And then they've redone them again in this update as well.
There you go. They just love updating them.
Yeah,
That's the way it is.
reason behind it is they basically were saying that some of the rules, especially around Agents of the Imperium, didn't work with the Arcs of Omen detachment, because Agent of the Imperium only works with, battalion, brigade and patrol, right? So it never mentioned Arcs of Omen. So that was one of the things that they fixed in here. But in doing so, they've also taken away loads of other stuff, which we can get into.
Yeah, it's super interesting. It's not just obviously them going, oh, we're FAQing or updating existing stuff to make this work with the new system. They've gone to an interesting extreme, which is to just completely rewrite these unit rules. So now, obviously, if you have pre-existing rules in books or wherever, all of those are now superseded by this. So this is the way that it is intended for you to run Inquisitors and Assassins in the game of Warhammer 40,000. Intriguingly, and we may as well get it out of the way at the start, one of the things that is definitely interesting about all of this is that by doing this, we no longer have warlord traits, and we no longer have strategy,
and also relics as well.
Now, obviously,
for the Inquisition
and relics, yes,
especially because they were the only ones that really had relics. Assassins had access to stratagems, but nothing else really. And I don't think the Rogue Traders ever really had access to anything else, although they might have in the very original Warzone book, but then they lost all of that anyway when that got superseded with I think it was around September, October when they did the digital update for them back then. Yeah. I mean, we'll get into the Rogue Traders when we get to them, because they're definitely interesting. But yeah, so I think broad strokes, long story short, this is a really interesting update, right? Because if you were one of the rare people who ran a Rogue Trader army or an Inquisitor army, which is definitely less rare than the Rogue Trader army, if you were someone who was running an Inquisition force, well, now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, well that warlord trait and that relic, yes, it's
gone. Those stratagems.
The fix was, let's put it all in one place and update the Inquisition Agents of the Imperium rule to make it work with Arcs of Omen, which is fine if you want to take just one Inquisitor or one Assassin, right? But if you, as you say, were someone that played Inquisition and took a detachment of them, then your army has just 100% gone way worse, because you've suddenly lost access to all the nuance within the army, with the stratagems and the warlord traits and the relics that you could customize your Inquisitors with. Yeah, it's very weird just how debilitating this is to the already very underrepresented army that is the Inquisition. But, yes,
exactly. What it is.
I think it's a shame, because I think one of the reasons why people take Inquisition is they love to personalize them and customize them and kit bash all the models, because the stuff that really exists that's available is very poor, and a lot of it's old fine cost models. So yeah, taking away the warlord traits and the relics is a bit unfortunate, because that allowed you to personalize your Inquisition models a bit more in terms of like the theming for them. So I think that's a bit of a shame, but I sort of understand it, and who knows what they're going to do in the future. with this range, because it's one of those things where it's heavily supported by Finecast models. It feels like Finecast is going the way of the Dodo at some point and, being phased out for plastic models. So it'd be interesting to see what they do with Inquisition. They haven't had a lot of love for the last few editions, so maybe 10th edition is where they make a hard comeback.
It's interesting, isn't it, really? Because, it felt like the 3rd, 4th edition, they made real pushes with Inquisition, and obviously people involved in the studio loved the idea of these Inquisitors, and Inquisitors definitely seem to have a more strong representation on the tabletop, but also in the lore. I understand Inquisitors are what Inquisitors are, but, they're just more of a nuisance now than I appreciate in World they wield the word of the Emperor, and they're all, they are a big deal. I mean, Inquisitor turns up, in a lot of the fluff, they are supposed to be, really important. But it's weird. It's almost like that Star Trek trope where, the Admiral would turn up, and the Admiral, wielded power, but really was an idiot. And, it was up to the captain of the relevant show to show that Admiral the error of their ways. And it feels like, in a way, Inquisitors, through just a series of corruption and just kind of plot devices, have become much less at the forefront of everything now. It's much more like, the days of 5 minutes to midnight, everyone's under the watchful eye of the Inquisition has kind of gone away in favour of, everything's gone mad. And now it's obvious, I guess maybe the horse is bolted. Once the Citrix malediction, the Great Rift has opened up and created all of this havoc, they've just gone, oh, well, the horse is bolted. Leave the Inquisition at home. There's nothing left for them to do. They could just join the guard or whatever it is. But no, I don't know. It's just weird because in 3rd and 4th, we got the introduction of the Demon Hunter book, and the Demon Hunter book was a really great book because it introduced Grey Knights in power armor, which at the time was like, oh my god. Because prior to that, Grey Knight had been like one model, and it was a Terminator with a very monopose spear, and that was all you got. But you got new Grey Knights. But they came with all of what we're still using to this day, all of the weird acolytes and, strange kind of like hodgepodge of units that they kind of smushed together to go, yeah, it's not just Grey Knights, it's the forces of the Inquisition. What are the forces of the Inquisition, you say? Monkeys! Why not? And it's like, cool. And then obviously that became Witch Hunters, and then in the Witch Hunters they went, oh, what's the forces of the Witch Hunters? Well, they're Inquisitors, but they're a little bit more burn the witch, basically, a bit more medieval. So in that case, it's,
it was like,
priests.
I presume Adeptus Sororitas existed before that as a range, but the Codex sort of is Sisters plus Inquisition. It's sort of like hanging off them.
So Sisters of Battle was a 2nd edition book. So Sisters of Battle had their own dedicated 2nd edition book. Now, forgive me, I can't remember for certain if Inquisition rules were inside of Sisters of Battle, or if they were inside of Imperial Guard, or if they were strewn about multitudes of different books in 2nd edition. My memory's not quite that strong. Plus, I didn't play Sisters of Battle in 2nd, and I didn't buy and read every codex in 2nd because I was crazy young and poor, so that wasn't going to happen. But I had a better handle on 3rd edition, so I know where that came in. But that was the thing, because before I'm pretty confident Sisters of Battle with their own army, and then they layered them into Demon Hunters. Or not Demon Hunters, sorry, Witch Hunters. And then Grey Knights weren't anything in 2nd edition other than one unit that, as far as I could tell, didn't even really have rules unless they came.
I think they must have. I mean, I still own the squad somewhere that I used with my army.
Which squad do you own?
The Grey Knight and Terminators with the spears.
Oh yeah, but that's the 3rd edition ones, unless of course it's the 2nd edition ones. In which case, I don't know.
They're super old looking. I think they're the first lot of Grey Knights that were about.
All right, I'll believe you. Get that on eBay, mate.
Well, no, those ones
I
I think I've always gone. I want to keep these because they're.
When are you going to paint them? When are you going to show them off? That's Instagram
true. I need to find
surely.
them. I think I could be wrong.
You'll be disappointed. You'll peel back the dust and you'll be like, oh, it's just a box
No,
of plastic
they're definitely the old
wrong
metals.
I
I
was.
just can't remember if they're still in my parents' loft that I need to rescue, or because a lot of the good stuff I've already taken and they're in a box somewhere in my shed. I can't. I've got to dig it out and find them.
Yeah.
So yeah, those Grey Knights have a nice, fun memory. But I guess I just attached them with my Imperial Guard, and they were just like something that came in. Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously over the editions, Grey Knights have broken away from Demon Hunters, although again, Grey Knight kind of just became the codex of the Inquisition as well. In like 5th edition, they just put loads of that stuff in there because they were kind of interlinked already. And then, obviously Sisters took a little while before they really kind of came into their own again, but they did in 8th edition and now obviously 9th. But yeah, it's just that weird thing where it felt like once upon a time when they were exploring more of the kind of grim, dark aspects of 40k, the Inquisition felt more prevalent, and I felt like that was more 3rd, 4th edition stuff. Like it was always like the stories were always told through the perspective of the administrative governance.
I mean, they still do that
things.
to a looser extent. So Psychic Awakening was all framed around, let's have a look at for a name. The new Inquisitor that they released, which was the lady in the power armor, Inquisitor Kyria Draxus. She was like the narrative hook for Psychic Awakening, although beyond a few animations, didn't really feel like it ever went anywhere with that story, which was a bit disappointing. Inquisitor Erasmus gets a lot of name checks in some of the Warzone books. I think that was the one with the Tyranids, and they're being contained, and the Tyranids end up fighting the Orcs. I can't remember which Warzone one that is off the top of my head. And he got his own model, which was a store exclusive, I think, a store anniversary one. Which was very cool.
Yeah.
But again, nothing's really done with him evermore. Same with the Draxus Inquisitor as well. It's like they sort of release them. There's a bit of story behind them, but then that's it. And actually, same with Greyfax as well. So she was the narrative, or one of the narrative elements in Gathering Storm, which was 7th edition leading up to 8th edition, Gilliman coming back, one of the key features. And then they had a story with her, I think, where she went towards the Eye of Terror. I never actually listened to it. So she's been in a few like little stories.
Yeah, so she led a crusade. Well, no, Saint Celestine led a crusade into the Eye of Terror with the Black Templars, didn't she?
Yeah.
But I think Greyfax was because
she was in a few stories. I remember because she really never got on with Celestine.
The problem is now though, right? And this is the thing, right? Because in the older editions, the administrative function of the Imperium was led by these sort of nameless things, and that's why the Inquisition was narratively interesting, because it kind of represented a layer of power that had been shrouded in mystery in the story. Like, we knew that we had chapter masters, and we knew that we had like generals and captains. You know what I mean? Like, we had the heroes of the Imperium, but those were war heroes. They weren't the shady people behind the scenes, and the Inquisition sort of represented that. Whereas now it's like, oh, there's an Inquisitor, but they're standing alongside Belisarius Cool, which is basically like head honcho of the Mechanicus. And then it's like, oh, and here's Roberte Gilliman. Oh, okay, cool. He's in charge of the whole thing. And then there's, like, this is the thing. Like, we've escalated the story to the point that the layer of intrigue that the Inquisition created is, I suppose, what I was trying to suggest, has been eroded by the fact that, from a narrative perspective, we've had our eyes open to the next layer. Yeah, I see what you mean.
There's like a bigger thing to worry about. Whereas before, even though, say, it was coming up to midnight, there was also like a status quo that was being maintained.
Yes.
So they could give you some plot intrigues. Whereas now it's like everyone's focus is on Cicatrix Maledictum and the Indomitus Crusades. And they can do stuff with that, and they've shown it with Erasmus and stuff that You can still use Inquisitors, but I think before it was always quite often I liked about Inquisition. It was more a look into them judging the Imperium as the enemy. And oh, are you a heretic? You looked at me funny, you might be. That kind of level, as opposed to the outward threat of, Xenos, demons, chaos. And obviously, they also do that. But the more interesting stuff is when it's looking in at their own stuff, which is why I think I can't remember his name, but the Inquisitor in the Volks of Terror series, which is all based pretty much on Earth. Or terror, is a lot more interesting.
Yeah. I suppose that's the thing, right? And I've never really thought about it before, and it's really interesting that us talking about the Inquisition for yet another time has brought it about. But maybe that is the thing. It's maybe that's one of the things I really miss about old-style storytelling in 40k is, I like all the grandeur and pomp and circumstance of all this new stuff, I guess. But, in a way, the stuff I kind of hold dearest is that old kind of the insular stuff and the way that it was desperately, because that was the thing, wasn't it? Right? Games Workshop's own attempts to kind of keep the story in its own time and place and not take it outside of those parameters was in itself its own kind of inquisitorial process. It was we're trying to kind of keep a lid on all this other stuff and everything's kind of suppressed and everything's staying in this moment. And I felt like that was the thing. I don't know. It's really weird, right? And maybe people are listening to this going, guys, what are you on about? Or Dan, more specifically, what are you on about? But my point is I thought for whatever reason, Inquisitors were cooler 10, 15 years ago than they are today.
I think the point you were saying about Guilliman and Belisarius Cool is the let's say power level of the heroes and characters in Warhammer has escalated to beyond just a captain, which is sort of the level that you had before, the big head honcho, Marnius Calgar. He's just a captain or chapter master, right? And that was it. You never had a level above. You never had Primarchs. You didn't have, the supreme leaders and stuff like that, or High Lords of Terror, any of that. It is cool that we've got them on the tabletop. We've quite often. Well,
is it though? Now that you think about it, is it?
Personally,
I think it is, but I don't know.
Say no to an extent. I don't think you need Primarchs in 40k because you have them in Horus Heresy.
I agree.
I liked the idea that they were in 40k myths and legends and you never saw them. Now, I didn't mind it so much with the Chaos Primarchs because in the lore they actually do exist and they're floating around causing havoc, but you could justify them never being on the tabletop because they were very rarely ever about, or they couldn't be manifested or, break through from the Eye of Terror into real space. They're spent a lot of time in the warp and stuff like that. So I didn't mind it so much. And you're sort of revealing what it's all about. It's that kind of magic box scenario, right? J.J. Abrams. It's when you don't know what it is, it's inherently cooler. You can just speculate what it is. You can make your own stories or theories. And then as soon as you reveal it, you're like, oh, is that it? Okay. Oh, that wasn't what I thought it was. So therefore I'm not going to like it as much as my idea, my fan theory and stuff. So in a way, I don't mind it, at the same time, Primarchs are cool. They look great on the tabletop. So there's that benefit. And I think a lot of people, they are popular. That's why they're going to keep releasing them.
I think that's it, isn't it? Right. I suppose it's the weird side effect of the Horus Heresy novel series and its success is basically as Games Workshop had its eyes open to, this IP is really valuable.
People
How do we add
really like these
to our
characters
flagship
and get to know them more from the historical context rather than the tiny little breadcrumbs of myth and legend that we would spread in the codexes and stuff like that.
But in a way, that has, as I said from the outset, kind of taken away from the Inquisition and what it showed and how it, framed the universe. Because that's the thing, isn't it? I think ultimately, because even chapter masters, as you were sort of saying, they're just captains, right? They're very, 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 very senior captains in a chapter. And some of them, like Dante, given his position, or Calgar, given his position, or oh god, I've forgotten the name of the chapter master of the Imperial Fists. He's got the Terminator armor and the hammer and the shield. You just never see him anymore. They don't even sell his model anymore. That's how he went out of rotation.
Yes.
Not Pedro Cantor.
Is it Lysander?
Gives a fist.
Was that some? No, I don't think.
Maybe.
No.
Oh, God,
the comments are shouting at you, Dan. How do you not know?
Imperial Fists. It is. Oh, okay. Apparently it's Vaughan Hagen. All right. Well, flipping heck, I've got it all wrong altogether. Then I don't know. Some guy called Vaughan Hagan. Don't even know who that is. All right. Well, forget I even said it. Was it first captain? Maybe first captain. Imperial Fists. Sigismund. That's not right. Sigismund.
Whatever your internet source is, it's wrong.
Yes. Oh well, it doesn't matter.
You're
completely forgot. You know the one.
Yes,
I'm talking about,
I can imagine the model as we speak. Yeah.
But you also have no idea what this dude is called.
I'm terrible when it comes to Space Marines.
Well, clearly we both are. Someone out there listening to this is literally tearing their hair out.
They're writing you a very stern comment as we speak.
I think it is Lysander now that you mention it, though. I'm just going to write that in. Imperial Fists. Lysander! There he is. Captain Darnarth Lysander. There it was, yes. Anyway, I don't even know why I was talking about Lysander. I thought he was the chapter master. He isn't. The point is, though, Phil, is even they, right? If you, someone like, Asriel, there's another one. They have a sort of weird kind of ceremonial position where they can maybe request or ask other chapters that descend from the same gene seed to come and help them out, right? So obviously there was the last wall protocol done by not Lysander, or there was so there was stuff, right? There was stuff that happened, but even they are limited in what they can do because, basically a chapter master is just a bloke in charge of 1,000 Space Marines, right? It's cool, that. So that was quite limited. So anyway, now that it's all, you get to go to the tabletop with the Sisters of Battle woman,
Morvan Val,
and you were Morvan Val. Thank you. There you go. Yeah,
because I guess on the tabletop before, the Inquisitor was the person with the most authority on the tabletop.
Yeah. They used to trump chapter masters.
Exactly. Even though they would always, in the lore or in a story, it was always pretty much like the chapter master would just be like, this Inquisitor's asked me to do something, but not going to do it. Politely. Whereas, as you say now, Morvan Val, Gilliman, even Belisarius, cool. They all, Lord Solar Leonidas, they all now kind of probably trump in terms of authority what an Inquisitor does. Yeah. So you can see they've been scaled back a bit in terms of, I don't know, something special about them, The thing that made them cool was that they had that ability and authority that no other thing did in 40k.
Yeah. They're now sort of, not really. And I suppose that's, again, though, why and where I was going with this is back when they were cool and interesting. Lots of people wanted to play them, but then also they created lots of interesting rules around them. Whereas now they're a PDF, It's oh, cool.
Yeah,
no one cares
I think
anymore.
Since 8th edition, they've been struggling on a, tenterhooks. It feels like Games Workshop are obliged to support them. And there probably is a really dedicated, but really minor, small, player base for them. But people do love them. And I think, no one would like to see them go. So Games Workshop are like, oh, okay, right, fine. We'll give them some rules. We'll keep the models around, even though the majority of models are really ancient. But they do still support them. As we said, we've, since 8th edition, we've had probably 3-4 Inquisitors, if you include, Eisenhorn. So they do get some love, but they're always just like these one-off character models. They haven't supported the acolytes in any way. The acolytes used to have tons of thematic rules. Like if you go back to 3rd edition, you could have all sorts. You could have psychers, you've got your Jericho, you've got your acolytes, but your acolytes were like crusaders, assassins, and a lot of those models and rules still exist within other ranges. Like Sisters of Battle have got the crusaders, Astra Militarum had them but lost them. They've got the Death Korps assassins as well. The Rogue Trader minis have like a couple of those kind of cool style characters as well. But yeah, the actual Inquisition acolytes are just like a one profile unit with one type of armor, but you can kind of just give them a ton of different weapon options, and that's sort of what makes them cool. But I don't know, it's not quite the same as what it used to be. So they're very sort of watered down in terms of their rules and the sort of support overall, which is a bit of a shame, but I don't think that's going to ever change until they do like either some kind of dedicated supplement or, you know, put them all into like a new type of Warzone book. But ultimately, nothing's ever going to happen until they get like a new range refresh in plastic, I think, like with actual decent, you know, I'm surprised they really haven't done an Inquisition kill team. Like that just feels like gold, you know, that is printable money. People would lap that up. And when the first kill team came out, so the 16 edition, like one of the rumors was an Inquisition warband spin-off, which actually became the Rogue Trader release. The Euclidean Star Striders. God, I'm getting tongue-tied. Those guys. It ends up being them, and they're very cool as well. But yeah, all the way back since then, people have been saying, oh my God, Inquisition kill team, how amazing would that be? And, you know, there's still maybe scope for that to happen in this edition of Kill Team, which would be pretty phenomenal. If it did, it would also give us an excuse to give them some new rules in 40k and sort of give them a nice range refresh. And it's in a nice little context of, you know, Kill Team is a perfect way of giving us a one unit that can have tons of cool characters and models, cool war gear options, but it's just limited to that. It doesn't need to be an army in and of itself. But I do like the fact that you can, if you really want to, play them as an army or at least a detachment alongside an army so you can theme it all together.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're just in an interesting spot with it. You're absolutely right. They do need to do a complete range refresh on Inquisition. I think, you know, games like Kill Team are the place where you can start to express those ideas more, and I'd love to see that better realised. Obviously, it goes without saying that a great deal of the units that now occupy this PDF are from the confines of Kill Team, but, you know, in a way it just doesn't quite go far enough yet. So hopefully they will show some real love, because I would adore to be in a situation where the forces of the Inquisition actually become a more legitimate, more interesting, you know, collective of miniatures, and, you know, could pull upon certain other ranges. Oh, we'll get some Mechanicus in. Oh, we'll get some Guard in, but specific units, and get some Sisters in.
Right, they could even
some Grey Knights, get some Space Marines, you can pull things from everywhere, you know, but also layer it. But then the problem is, the same is true of the Ynnari, right? Like, not to bring it back to the Aeldari thing, but the same is true of Ynnari in so much as in Ynnari they came up with 3 models and then went, hey, now you can do this weird new religious cult called the Ynnari. And it's like, cool, what's that then? Well, it's like Elder, and you can sort of mix them up. And it's like, right, okay, cool. And now ever since, they've just sort of really always consistently struggled to find a way of expressing that on the tabletop. It's always just been, I mean, I think it's okay at the moment, but it's not what it feels like a lot of wasted potential. And I think that's same with this as well.
Even if they didn't do a standalone Inquisition, but within the confines of a, like, let's say 10th edition, for example, to put it in context, if they did Death Watch, Grey Knights, and Sisters of Battle, Deptis Sororitas, if in those codexes they actually have the Inquisition rules, so you can take them alongside those armies, in a very thematic way, much like you did in 3rd edition where you had demon hunters and witch hunters. That would be fantastic. That would be a great way of introducing them alongside the armies that are appropriate for them. And, you know, at a push, you could also say Imperium or like Admech can have themed inquisitors specifically for those armies as well. So it's not like a, what's the word, like sort of toolkit army that it kind of currently is, where you can put it within anything. It's much more specific and themed based on the actual codex that you're taking it alongside.
I mean, I don't know if that's fair. I feel like the Inquisition should be its own thing, and then should be able to be layered into other things. Because I don't think you should have a Mechanicus particular.
Less so with that, but I think
weird.
Historically, you know, the Death Watch Grey Knights and Adeptus Sororitas are like the military arms of the Inquisition.
That's a point, isn't it, actually? I completely forget. The Death Watch have been completely divorced from the Inquisition.
Yes.
Like, in terms of, like...
because that was, in theory, the one book that was missing in the 3rd edition series was, like, Xenos Inquisitors, and that's because Death Watch wasn't, like, a model range in those days. And if it was, that would have been amazing, like, to have the whole free. And, yeah, nowadays, Death Watch and Inquisition should be a lot more sort of closely related.
Yeah, big time.
So that's why those
Death Watch is Inquisition.
Yes.
It literally is.
Yeah. So that's why I wouldn't mind there to be specific Inquisition rules inside those codexes. Ideally, with a standalone generic Inquisition rules like we kind of currently have as well for anyone else.
I suppose that's the mistake in a way. I mean, well, not the mistake, but the interesting change with the Death Watch. And I appreciate we need to get off this tangent and start talking about these rules.
This is way more fun, Dan.
Is the interesting... Well, potentially. It's the interesting thing with the Death Watch, isn't it? Because the Death Watch was the mistake they made with the Death Watch, giving them a command kind of upper echelon.
Oh, like the watch commanders and stuff.
Yeah, that wasn't just Inquisition. Surely it should just be like, these are Marines, they're in the service of the Inquisition. I mean, I guess Marines will innately feel like they will revert to some kind of leadership structure that's based around their own.
Yeah, that does make sense.
So I guess it does make sense, doesn't it, with the way Marines are? But even then, it's weird that it doesn't.
Like it didn't need to be, but I presume as they were fleshing out the lore and updating it for, was it 7th edition? Yeah, I think that's when Death Watch came to its own then. But they needed to explain how they operate and work sort of independently. And as you're right, they could have just been a unit, and that could have been it. Yeah. They didn't need to be a whole army. They could have just been a unit of Death Watch alongside an Inquisitor, and because that's probably what it would have been if it had come out in, let's say, 3rd edition, for example. Could have been a lot more scaled back. Whereas now it's like its own army, so therefore it needs to function like one, and therefore they've got the watch fortresses, so therefore you're going to have a captain of some kind to muster the armies. But you're right. Story wise, it feels very separate from the Inquisition sort of telling them what to do.
Yeah, which is essentially what the Death Watch are, right? They're just a bunch of people in service to the Inquisition. That's the whole point of the Death Watch, is that you give up your uniqueness and fold in. So in a way, I mean, whatever, right? I don't overly hate where they've gone with Death Watch over time, but I do think that it would have been cool and better if it was like Death Watch was just the Marine component of an Inquisition army.
Yes.
Like, I understand why they separated Grey Knights from them, because Grey Knights, within the way that they've developed the lore, it makes sense that the Grey Knights should not report into the Inquisition, because it's like, no, guys, like, we're the elite demon hunters, like, we are beyond you, right? Like, the Inquisition is there to sniff out, demon worshipping.
Yes.
They're not there. They're not in the warp fighting the gods. Like, it's a very different It's a very different pedigree.
I mean,
you
tell
know?
that to, it's not Canis Rex, but it's Hexarex in his Terminator armor. I think that's what he's doing.
Is he? Well, maybe.
Well,
maybe
he's a
he
proper
got-
brawler, so I can imagine he would get stuck in and take on, because he does on, I
Potentially.
think on Vrax, he fights like a demon prince and stuff. But you're
I'm sure
right.
they've had
I
a few
think
fights
there's
with a few demon
a lot
princes.
more where it feels like they are effectively space detectives, right? They're there to say sniff out the, not necessarily lower level stuff, but the stuff bubbling under the surface within the Imperium. Although when it comes to like demon hunters, maybe that's meant to be less about Imperium and more, I don't know. It's a bit of a hard one. Like to imagine like our Inquisitors going around finding these bigger battles, whereas you can just go, the Grey Knights are effectively, SWAT for demons. Oh, there's a demonic incursion. Call the Grey Knights in a very simplistic term, and then they appear to fight that battle.
Yeah, but that's probably because that's the thing. Again, though, right? In the early instances, the Grey Knights were the Death Watch to the Order Malleus, whereas the Death Watch was the Grey Knights to the Order Xenos, as it were. So like it's just that thing though, where it's like, yeah, fair enough, but like. The way they matured or developed the Grey Knight story to basically turn them into what they are, like, because again, they've upped the ante so much in terms of demons and what that all represents now. It used to be like, again, back in 3rd edition, it was very much like in that time of the lore, it's like, those flipping demons, hey, God, nuisance. Whereas now it's like, oh God, like they're everywhere. It's all gone terribly wrong. Whereas like, it didn't, I don't know. I appreciate like maybe this isn't accurate in some regards, but like, I don't know. It just felt like demons were always a threat, but they weren't like, I don't know. Everything was contained in a way, but maybe that's another story to the sort of level of misinformation and secrecy that was baked into the lore at that time. That the reasons I didn't think demons were so bad in 3rd edition is because that's what the Inquisition made me think. Those propagandists.
Well, yeah, because
and
that is one of the things. A lot of the books are framed from like a person's point of view, so they always fall back on the unreliable narrator for their stories, which is how they can sort of justify updating the lore while it's still also being actually correct. Because like that story you heard before, someone was just telling you fibs, or they were misinformed, or they were reading and recounting their story from a corrupted data sheets or data panel from the archives on Terra and stuff like that. So it's always quite interesting how they can spin those bits and update stuff.
Exactly, man. Well, from an unreliable narrator to an unreliable podcast host, let's try and talk about this Agents of the Imperium. So they've got rules. They've got keywords. We won't tell you what those are, but they're keywords, and those denote them as being a thing. Abilities, they've got Agents of the Imperium, which, as Phil had said at some point during the word salad that we just threw at you, has essentially been extended to include the Arcs of Omen detachment, which, I've got to be honest, right, I am now very excited about the general state of list creation in the game of Warhammer 40,000 right now, at least in terms of the competitive stuff with Arcs of Omen, because it really does give you so much flexibility now. So much. And the fact that you can now layer in stuff is really cool. The only thing that's ever so slightly frustrating, is, and maybe certain units account for this, because we haven't read them yet, but it's the fact that it's just one, isn't it? It's just, you get one. Get one agent of the Imperium in your Arcs of Omen. And it's like, I would have loved to have had, like, the ability to have brought a thing and a retinue, with it, as it were. Now, maybe that's accounted for in the data sheet, so let's reserve judgment for that.
Because, I guess if the Agents of the Imperium sort of special rule allows you to take an Agent of the Imperium, but you say just one along with your generic army. If you want effectively a detachment of Inquisition, so an Inquisitor plus your acolytes, your warriors, your demon host, things like that.
Yeah.
You do need to do that in its own detachment. And I don't think you can really do it. Now, when boarding actions came out, there was a specific series of free rules that told you how to build stuff. And Inquisition was specifically laid out in terms of how you can take it. So if you're an Inquisition detachment, you can also take like Adeptus Arbites or the Imperial Navy Breachers alongside like your acolytes. Your acolytes counted as troops because normally they're elites, and therefore you can only take them in, is it a Vanguard? I want to say a Vanguard, because that's the
in boarding actions, it's just free troops, free elites, and one HQ. And you can take it in any order you want in boarding action.
Yeah, there was a thing that or they count as troops for the purposes of OBSEC. Maybe it was that instead.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe it's something like they could have been heavy support for some reason, but they were like, oh no.
But what's interesting about Agents of the Imperium, actually, it also updates it so you can not just take it within an Ox of Omen detachment, but you can take it in a boarding patrol as well. So when you're playing the Ox of Omen game, which is boarding actions, is that what it's called? You can take a boarding patrol, and therefore you can throw in an Inquisitor alongside, your Space Marines or your Guard, and what have you. So that's also updated to factor in for that. But there was also special unique rules within boarding actions for you to take like an Inquisition themed boarding patrol. Oh my God, that sounds so confusing, but that's what it was.
Yes. There's Independent Operative, which explicitly relates to the Assassins, but this unit can never have a Warlord trait. Well, good news. There's no Warlord traits in this for it to have, so it'll be fine. It can never become an inspiring leader, Phil. What a shame.
Yeah.
And then during deployment, you can set it up in concealment, and basically, if you do so when it is the reinforcement step of your movement phase, you can have it arrive somewhere outside of 9 inches from an enemy model. So it has deep strike, long story short. Authority of the Inquisition. Infantry units with this ability can embark in any Imperium transport model. Even that model normally only permits models with other faction keywords to do so. All other restrictions apply normally. And then weirdly, if your army is Battleforged, no more than one Inquisitor unit can be included in each Inquisition detachment. So the aspiration is that if you are taking an Inquisitor army, you can only have one Inquisitor. There is only one Inquisitor leading this army. You can't have High Lord Inquisitor Jobber and little Pee-wee Inquisitor in training hanging out with him. Don't work that way. It's not there's no apprenticeships in the world of the Inquisition, it seems.
No, yes, because it's very rare when they actually all hang out together en masse. It's interesting where under authority of the Inquisition, it sort of says that there's normal restrictions apply, and it gives the example of Terminator models can only embark within transports that allow you to take Terminator models, and I think that was done because you used to be able to take an Ordo Malleus Inquisitor in Terminator armor, but that has since moved to Legends. So it's odd that they do that now and they still state it like that when there's no Inquisitor that is in Terminator armor on this data sheets. Now, I do believe, as I mentioned, Inquisitor Hector Rex is a Forge Rod model in Terminator armor.
Correct, yes.
And that is the one exception where this example actually makes sense, but has effectively no relevance on any of the Inquisitors in this actual data sheet.
Well, indeed. I suppose it could have had an influence on old Karamavos.
Oh, because he's so big. But I don't think he's infantry.
Well, he's in a dreadnought, isn't he?
Anyway, yeah, no, he's a vehicle, so that wouldn't be...
Oh, that's true. That's true, so he'd be fine.
Yeah, and he's not a dreadnought. Because I'm just trying to think what... like things like the Stormbird and Thunderhawk can...
Well, it specifically says infantry units.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just thinking,
So
wouldn't
it's
it be
an
cool
irrelevance.
if he could embark on
Go to
something?
Storm Raven.
Yeah, because they can take rhinos, I
Dreadnoughts.
think.
No, dreadnoughts.
Is it just
Storm Ravens
dreadnoughts?
can
I
take
thought one of them
dreadnoughts.
could carry rhinos as well.
Oh, what, the Thunderhawk?
Yeah. Or maybe I'm thinking
Yeah,
of the epic one that has the little transports underneath to pick up for vehicles.
Yeah, I feel like that's a Thunderhawk, though. I think Thunderhawks take rhinos.
I thought I could, yeah. Not just dreadnoughts, but
Yeah,
yeah.
probably.
Oh, well, so you can't do that.
No, long story short, you can't do it. You've got Unquestionable Wisdom, which I actually think is a really good aura. It basically just gives the leadership of your Inquisitor to Imperium units within 6, which, given that Inquisitors are renowned for having very high leaderships of 9 and 10,
I know,
there's some actual...
but not that high now. You think the Custodies are 11.
Well, no, of course, but like, you know, compared to your average guardsman,
Very good.
this is actually quite a nice ability to have sprinkled around. And then quarry units with Order Malleus, Order Hereticus, Order Xenos, or Order Minoris, gain relevant ability below. Order Malleus, when resolving attacks made by a model in this unit targeting Chaos or Demon units, you can re-roll hit rolls and re-roll wound rolls. Goodness gracious. You just re-roll all of it.
Yeah, no, it's very strong. But
That's really
the
strong.
things that are getting re-rolls are obviously the Inquisitor and the Acolytes, and they're not that great. Then they're very overcosted for what they can do, even though you could, in theory, have like a 10-man squad.
Spoilers, Phil. Spoilers. We haven't formed opinions on this yet.
Okay. Wait till later.
I actually haven't read this yet, so I legitimately haven't, but I'm interested.
Well, they're all most of these rules are rinsing and repeating what we've had before, right? They haven't updated any of these particularly.
I thought they had. I thought they'd added new rules to everything.
There are sprinkled in some of the data sheets, but
okay.
all of this, what we've gone through so far, is exactly the same from the previous one that was in the Warzone books.
I see.
But worth,
Anyway.
a reminder.
Ordo Hereticus is like what we said for Malleus, except this applies to Chaos and Psyche units, so slightly more universally useful. Xenos, when resolving an attack made by models in this unit targeting the unit that is not Chaos, Imperium, or unaligned units. Wow, that's pretty broad. So basically, if it's not Chaos or Imperium, basically if it's anything else...
Well, yeah, because that basically means Xenos units, because there's no generic Xenos keyword, so they have to do it like that, basically.
Xenos and squads.
Yeah, still squads. Even though they are weirdly Imperium aligned, they still count. Yeah.
And then Minotaurs is just characters.
Yeah, so Minotaurs is to represent one of the other many myriad ordos that there are for the Inquisition. So this one just targets characters, which I think is, if you were thinking about it potentially from like a competitive mindset or the most like take on all comers list, this one will always work targeting every army has a character, but not every army's that you face is gonna be Chaos or Demons or Chaos or Psychers or Xenos, right? So if you wanted to go that way inclined, Minotaurs is actually quite a good one, I think, if you want to make a group dedicated to killing characters, like you make a hit squad basically. And there used to be some really cool stratagems that allowed you to do that. Like you could specifically deep strike an Inquisitor plus like a Acolyte squad on somewhere on the table, for example, or you could give them ignore lookout sir on a squad that you're shooting at and stuff. So there was some like really nice bits that synergized with this, but as we've already mentioned, that's all gone because stratagems aren't a thing for them anymore.
They've gone away. All right. So the first of the assassins that we have, after all that, basically the first 4 listings are assassins. So we have the Calidus assassin. Phil, tell us about the Calidus assassin.
Yeah, so movement 7 inches, so nippy. 2+ weapon skill and ballistic skill, strength and toughness of 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 6+ save. They've got a Neural Shredder, which is a 9-inch Assault 1 weapon. The strength, AP, and damage are all asterisks. So when resolving the attack with this weapon, if a hit is scored, do not make a wound roll. Instead, roll 3d6. If the result is equal to or greater than the target's unit's highest leadership characteristic, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. I'm trying to think if that's been changed. It could have been. Or maybe it was
I'm
that
not
before.
sure.
I
think it's been that pretty consistently. It definitely
revolved around.
leadership.
Yes, yeah. D3 mortal wounds doesn't
I just
seem
can't
like a
remember
lot.
if it was 2 or 3d6. That's the thing I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a good gun.
It's not bad. It's only doing a little bit of
good.
chip damage, but that could be, a Marine, for example, or Terminator.
Or Deathwing Terminator.
Yeah, so that would be pretty good. So it's got a phase sword, which is a melee weapon, strength user, which is 4, -3 AP, which is pretty good, and 2 damage. And when resolving attacks, it ignores invuln saves. Which is pretty good. Yeah, anything that ignores invuln saves. I think I made a statement in the last episode about things that ignored invuln saves, forgetting that this one can actually do it. So I think this was one of the very progenitors of ignore invuln saves before they were cool.
Yes.
It's got poison blades as well, which is the choice I always wonder why you would take. It is strength 2, -1 AP and 1 damage. When the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon. Oh, so it's just like a free attack, basically. Attacks with this weapon wound on a 3+, unless the target is a vehicle unit. So wounds on a 3+, even against Titanic units. That aren't vehicles, obviously. Yeah, so, your Bio-Titans, for example, your Orc.
Oh, yeah.
Your Orc, Squig-Offs, things like that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
3+. But yeah, it's kind of cool.
I mean, it's only doing 1 damage, right? So I feel like you could probably let it through.
True, and it's only -1, so it's not like it's doing a lot. Yeah.
In terms of the abilities, mate, what are we talking about?
Yeah, so we've got lightning reflexes, which is what they all have, which is a 4+ invuln save.
Yep.
Polymorphine, which basically means when you deep strike, what you do is you appear D6 plus 3 inches away rather than the usual 9 inches. So this is quite good. If you can roll low, you can appear a minimum of 4 inches away from your opponent. So you're kind of guaranteed a charge, basically. Whenever I've done this, I've always rolled really high, and it's been, no better, because
almost always.
Yeah, so if you roll a 6, it's 9 inches away, which is where you'd be anyway, because all the assassins have, can deep strike 9 inches away. It's got hit and run, so it can shoot and charge in a turn in which it fell back, which does make it quite nimble for nipping around. And then it's got Reign of Confusion, which is quite a cool rule, which competitively is why a lot of people have taken it in the past. If you have any models with this ability in your army, then in the first battle round, roll 1d6 each time your opponent spends command points to use a stratagem. On a 4+, your opponent must spend 1 additional CP to use that stratagem, or else it has no effect. Any CPs spent so far are lost. This ability cannot affect stratagems used before the battle. And there used to be a stratagem that allowed you to continue this on into the second battle round. And a lot of people historically would always spend lots of stratagems turn 1. So this was always quite good because you could potentially make your opponent spend a lot of CP turn 1.
I mean, on balance, I still think the Kaladas probably represents the most bang for your buck unit in the assassin range. I think it's the most consistently useful assassin, right? Like, it's going to always give you something. The fact that it can be a bit of a disruptive unit in the backfield, utilizing its D6 plus 3 reserve range or deep strike range is pretty good. The whole potential to increase the cost of people's stratagems is still really good. I mean, it's a pretty solid pick, especially in such low CP economies that the the game is played in presently, right? Like most people's armies still even now start with about 4 CP, so being able to tax maybe 1 or 2 extra is huge.
It depends if because I think the idea with a limited CP nowadays is to make you not try and blow all your stratagems and all your CP on turn 1. To make you pace yourself. Whereas before, people would spend 5 stratagems turn 1 to do like an uber combo. Going to move this stuff around, going to buff them up, going to charge them in, going to fight again, that sort of thing. And that's when the Kaladas was really good. Whereas now, if you're only doing 1 stratagem or 2 stratagems turn 1, it's still going to have an impact, but not quite the same impact that it used to have. But as you say, the economy of what you have in terms of CP is a lot less, so it's still going to do quite a bit if you can pull it off.
Yeah, because the thing is, right, is like being in a situation where you can potentially increase the cost of some vital strats in the first battle round is because the first battle round is still a lot of people still come to the table with strategies that revolve around spending 2 CP, right? A lot of people will be like, I need to do this and this costs this CP. This is my opening gambit. A lot of people have a couple of, plans in their turn 1 for what they need to do with a couple of CP. So, yeah, Kaladas I rate. I think...
as you say, if you're spending 2 stratagems turn 1 and you can pull it off, instead of spending, say, 2 CP, they're spending 4 CP. And then if that's all their CP they've got, you've kind of done a big dent in them. And I think it's a great...
Even better still is obviously if you end up in a situation where, say, you get them on the first one, and then they can potentially do... So say, for example, they've got 3 CP, the first one cost them 2, and now they're like, oh, I got 1 more strat that I need to run, but it's going to cost me... I've got 1.
Oh, and they can't afford it, basically.
Yeah, but if my opponent rolls that 4+, oh god, because the thing is, you lose all your CP, right? So that 1 CP is banked.
Yes.
And then when now that the strat costs 2, that you don't get that 1 back, it just goes away.
Yes.
So that actually as well, those little bits of control, those little bits of mind games, really impact the way the game is played. So. Yeah. No, I think the Kaladas is probably worth throwing in every now and again.
Yeah, it's also really good because of that deep strike range, you can really make your opponent think about how you protect your backfield or your backfield characters, for example, because that it's a great character assassinator. And yeah, if you can appear 4 inches away, it's going to be really hard to screen out, especially since normally when you screen out, you know that you're screening out on average 10 models. So you don't need to be super tight on your screens because you go, I can leave a corner here because I know you can't fit 5 models in that corner, but you can definitely fit 1 model, for example. So it does make them go, oh God, where's this model going to just appear from anywhere? And what's also great about the Reign of Confusion is your model doesn't even need to be on the table. It just happens regardless, which is fitting, right? I guess the thing to also say is there used to be a stratagem at the beginning of the game where you would obviously had in your army list selected the assassin that you're taking. Predominantly, especially with the assassins, you would take these as the agent of the Imperium keyword. You'd always just add them onto another army, right? I've got guard. I would take an assassin for a bit of extra fun and fluff, but also a lot of extra utility because I can have suddenly a combat machine or a character sniper, right, with the one of the other assassins. And for I think it was either 1 CP or they changed it to actually be free. I can't remember now. But
they made it 0 in the end.
So you used to have a stratagem where you could just swap out your assassin for any of the others. So whenever I took an assassin, I would always take my others with me. So I had the utility between each game, depending on who my opponent was, to trade out that assassin for another one. And that was a lot of cool utility. And that, unfortunately, is now completely gone, which, probably from a competitive standpoint means the assassins are a bit dead in the water, I would expect, unless of course, as you say, 1 is overall great and is the go-to pick for most situations.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think the assassins are dead because of that specifically. I actually don't think they're dead at all. I think there are actually interesting ways that you can sprinkle them in. And to illustrate that, let's talk about the Caluxus assassin, because the Caluxus assassin, excuse me. Sorry. Oh, cough. The Caluxus assassin is by far and away one of the most obviously useful assassins in terms of what it gives your army, right? So just to run through its rules, it's got the same profile exactly as the Kaladas assassin, except it's got one less attack, actually. I'm wrong. So it's got movement 7, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and 6+ save. It's got the Animus Speculum, which is a range 18, assault D3, strength 5, -4 AP, damage 1 weapon, but whilst there are any enemy psychers within 18 of the bearer, changes weapon type characteristic to assault D6, which is fine.
I sort of feel like originally it was assault D6, maybe if it was against a psyker, but maybe I'm thinking that wrong.
Well, it is what it is now.
Which is pretty cool.
And then it's got Psych Out Grenades, Grenade D3, Strength 2, AP 0, 1 damage blast. When resolving an attack made with this weapon against a Psyker or Demon unit, an unmodified hit roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target, and that attack sequence ends. So, yeah, there you are. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess you're just hoping that you get those unmodified hit rolls of 6 on that one. But it's not that great, the Psych Out Grenade, to be honest with you, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, doing just a mortal wound on a demon probably isn't going to do a lot.
Well, I swear to God, at one point, these things were nutty. Like, you used to just chuck them at, like, psychers and their brains just went pop. I think that was it. It used to be you threw them and if it hit them, they had to take a perils.
Oh, wow. That would be cool.
I think that was what it was. I think it used to be you threw at them and they perils. And it was like, Anyway, so it's an agent of the Imperium and an independent operative. It's got lightning fast reflexes, so for Invun. It's an abomination. So this model can never be targeted or affected by psychic powers in any way. Psychic units that are within 18 of any Caluxus assassin must subtract 2 from psychic tests and deny the witch tests they take. So that is you and your opponent. So all psychers are impacted by this guy. It is what's this? Ephraim. When resolving an attack, exactly, yeah. When resolving an attack that targets this model, the attacking model is treated as having weapon skill and ballistic skill of 6+. That's huge, right?
That's. I'm sure that's. I mean, I could be wrong. It feels like it used to be you'd always have to just hit on a 6, but actually, by being a ballistic skill of 6+, if you're trying to shoot at them through dense terrain, that's -1. You just can't.
You always hit
them
on 6s though. Still. Oh no, actually, maybe you don't. Could you always hit on 6s?
Oh God, now you make me think. Because I know saves can go below 6.
Yeah, maybe there is a way. I think maybe it's wound rolls that you always wound on 6s. Maybe there is. If it's -1 to hit him, then you can't hit him. That wouldn't shock me. So basically, if you're firing at him without a line of sight guns, you can't hit him.
God, I'm trying to think now. I'll have a little look and see.
Well, actually, what's interesting about that though is because if you're shooting him without a line of sight guns, your ballistic skill is altered by 1, so you become ballistic skill 7. So it becomes impossible for you to hit him.
Oh God, that actually would, yeah. So if you're shooting at them with a mortar, like a mortar, you physically can't hit them.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Life drain when resolving an attack made with this melee weapon with melee weapons by this model. Saving throws and demonic saving throws cannot be made unless it is an invulnerable saving throw. So that's huge, right? So it ignores invuns and demon saves.
Yes, that's a new thing.
This is the only thing thus far that ignores a demon save, right?
Yes, yeah. This is new. This
Yeah.
is super new, so to speak.
Well, and that's huge for like demons, though, right? So the fact is, right? Let's not be ridiculous. It's a weapon skill 2 plus strength 4 attack assassin, right? So sure, run it into a squad of bloodletters. You'll kill 2. It's like, woo, get in there, pop, pop, pop. But then in return, those bloodletters will swing at you hundreds of times, and even though they're only hitting you on 6s, they're probably going to get 1 or 2 through. Yes, you've got 4 up in Vun, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's a nice gimmick, but it's not going to be something that is going to be groundbreaking because, his melee profile is trash. So he's got 4 attacks. Yes, ignoring armor and demon saves, but I mean, whatever. And then lastly, we have Psychic Assassin. Each time you select a target for a ranged weapon, this model is making an attack with. You can ignore the Lookout Sir rule if you select a psychic character unit. In addition, this model can shoot with its Psych Out grenades in the same phase that it shoots with its Speculum. So you can do grenade and eyeball all at the same time.
Yeah, that's good.
So where this guy becomes insanely useful, right? And lots of people have used him to this extent. Obviously, with the way Smite works, it's closest visible unit. So you can just hurl this guy out in front of your army and have him, be able to kind of absorb smites and things that could be coming your way. To be honest with you, that functionality isn't nearly as useful today as it was once upon a time because most psychic units have so much mobility and also the boards have become so much smaller. You don't really need to worry about getting those lines because it's just so much easier now to get where you need to be. The real value of this guy is the fact that you can't hit him on anything other than 6+. Although, actually, you become weapon skill, ballistic skill 6. So it's possible you could hit him on 5s because there is potential for you to get +1 in certain armies, right? But where that really comes in handy is just the broader utility of him, right? Like, at the moment in the competitive space, behind enemy lines is a very popular secondary because it gives you 3 points for just being in your opponent's deployment zone. What better unit to just chuck into your opponent's deployment zone than a guy that you can't hit unless you really go and deal with him,
Yeah, I remember, I think it might have even been 6th edition, where it had a similar rule where you could only hit it on 6s, and it appeared in front of my Death Riders. I had, I think, maybe even all 10 of them, but definitely a 5-man squad. I chucked into him. All game, I could not kill him. I could not kill the assassin because I just couldn't roll the 6s to hit. It was very frustrating, and it was just a massive roadblock for one of my key combat units.
I charged my Coluxus assassin into Magnus the Red, and it was absolutely glorious. He kept Magnus the Red stuck for 4 combats. 4 combats. And you know the great thing, Phil? The great thing was Magnus the Red didn't kill him. He killed Magnus the Red.
Well, that's quite impressive.
But admittedly, with some help from some other people that finally got in there. But the fact that I just chucked him in and just went, cool, what are you going to do, Magnus? And he goes, well, I am Magnus. I'm going to hit you on 6s. Yes, all right. Oh, I didn't hit you very much, did I? Oh, you got 1 4 of invuln to make. Oh, you did. Lovely. Guess, well, and then it's like, so I'll just shoot you with my mind bullets. It's like, no, because you can't hurt me. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, I'll just leave combat and then shoot my mind bullets. It's like, no, you can't fall back and do psychic powers. Great. I guess I'm staying here. It's just absolutely top shelf. I think the Coluxus Assassin, given the way that, as I said already, that behind enemy lines is actually quite strong now, I think the Coluxus is just a really easy win for... I mean, it's 90 points. 90 points in your army that will do a very good job of scoring you. I mean, maybe not the full 15, but you could get 12 out of him with relative ease because you just put him in the deep strike, turn 2 enters into your opponent's deployment zone, chilling out of line of sight in a ruin, just being a nuisance. They have to send something meaningful after him to get rid of him. And if it's nothing too special, then you're just going to be just running away the whole time. Unless you put real work into getting rid of this guy, he doesn't go away. So, yeah, like I just think 90 points, just chuck him in your army, put him in your opponent's deployment zone and go, cool, I got 12 points over there, unless you want to do something about it. And then obviously...
Yeah, it gives them an interesting puzzle to solve, right? What are they going to throw at it or sacrifice to waste time doing that to stop you from scoring some points.
Yeah. Did we resolve on whether if it was -1 to hit?
I believe in the designer's commentary it says you can go to a 7.
Oh,
I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like it from the designer commentary. Assuming
that's what we're going to say.
This one, it looks like if it feels like it makes sense. I don't think there's anywhere where it's like a 6 is always a hit. I mean, a 1 is always a fail, but I don't think a 6 is always a pass.
Nice, I'm with you. I'm down with that. There you go. That's what we're saying. Let's talk about the Eversaur Assassin, Phil.
So, an Eversaur Assassin. Similar-ish profile, but does change slightly based on some of the others. Movement 7 inches, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness of 4, 6 wounds and 6 attacks, which is the highest out of a lot, I believe. Leadership 9 and a 6+ save. It's got an Executioner pistol, which is a 12-inch pistol 4, strength 4, -1, 1 damage, and you can reroll the wound rolls for attacks that target infantry units. It's got a Njord Gauntlet melee weapon, which is +1 strength, so strength 5, -1 AP and 1 damage, and you can also reroll wound rolls for attacks. That's against anything, though. It's got a power sword, so strength user, strength 4, -3, 1 damage. No special rules, it's just a generic power sword. And then it's got melter bombs, 4-inch range, grenade 1, strength 8, -4, d6 damage. You can reroll the wound rolls for attacks that target vehicles, though. So that's not bad.
It's nice to see melter bombs with a profile. For the longest time, they've been tied into strats.
That's true, actually. Yeah. No, it's very, very cool. Very cool. Obviously, Agents of the Imperium, independent operative as before. Lightning reflexes as well. It's got bio meltdown. So if this model is destroyed before removing the model from the battlefield, roll a d6. For each enemy unit within 6 inches of it, on a 4+, that enemy unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. So effectively, it's like a exploding infantry. It's got Sentinel Array, so each time an enemy unit falls back whilst within 1 inch of this model. Before moving any models, this model can shoot as if it were a shooting phase. These attacks must target that unit it is falling back. Just trying to think if this was a stratagem. I don't think it was. It's got friends on, so it can make a charge roll for this. When you make a charge roll 3d6 rather than 2d6. In addition, add 2 to the model's attack characteristics if it charged or made a heroic intervention this turn. So up to 8 attacks, which is pretty good. And then Killing Rampage. Each time a model in an enemy unit is destroyed as a result of an attack made with a melee weapon by this model, you can immediately make 1 additional attack with a melee weapon this model is equipped with against the same unit. These attacks cannot themselves generate more attacks. And you can also consolidate 6 inches instead of up to 3. So in theory, you can have 8 attacks on the charge, which could become 16 if you manage to kill 8 models with your 8 initial attacks.
Yeah.
In theory, never going to happen, actually, in practicality. So he's a good chaff killer and always has been. I mean, I think he struggles a bit going up against tougher stuff like Marines. But the power sword could do some work, or you take the Njord Gauntlet just for a better chance to wound, I guess.
Yeah, I like the Eversaur Assassin.
He's the coolest looking one.
He's cool. He is a mad old piece of Games Workshop fluff. The idea that you've just got this drugged up lunatic that they just hurl at people who, even upon death, can still do stuff by basically blowing up on top of people. It's like, I love the idea of the Eversaur in the sense that it's like, it's just such a mad thing that they would have created. And you can imagine the poor people that this thing goes after. They must just be thinking, what kind of society birthed this utter insanity? Like, this is just like...
it's sort of like a Terminator on steroids, right? It's just hunting you down.
Yeah. It's just, it's crazy, right? And again, just the raw brutality of it. Like, there's some beautiful old artwork of the Eversaur as it was like carving through like an orc war bus, I believe, and it was like, it had its sort of hand raised up as its Nora gauntlet was like covered in all the ichor and gore of a thing as it's kind of like going through, just like cutting down things. And it's just such a iconic assassin.
Yeah, I do remember the I think even older bit of artwork, which is black and white, where it's just stalking some tunnels.
Yes, the old one where it's just got its gun out, where it's like, hey, I'm in the tunnel.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I love the Eversaur Assassin classic artwork. I mean, it's just, because I mean, for a long time, I mean, he was like very much the poster child of the assassin artwork, or the assassin range, right? I mean, maybe is as well to this day, but I mean, just cool model, cool vibe. Is it good on the tabletop? I used to really kind of sing the praises of the Eversaur Assassin in 8th edition. I thought in 8th edition he always had a fun place because 2 wounds was quite rare in 8th edition. A lot of 1 wound stuff going around. So he always used to sort of make his presence known. But these days, it's hard. If you're going to take one assassin, I feel like you're probably going to keep going back to Calidus unless you've developed specific strategies for Caluxus. I don't know what the situation is that the Eversaur excels in, you know?
Just killing chaff, basically.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think you meant 7th edition, not 8th. Because 7th was...
No, 8th. 8th.
You sure?
Yeah, the Eversaur was good in 8th.
Oh, okay.
Because they didn't have quite as much prevalence of 2 wounds. Like, a lot of stuff was 1 wound. Chaos Space Marines, 1 wound. You know what I mean? Like, it was that...
Oh, in terms of killing things that were 1 wound?
Yes.
Not that it had 1 wound. Okay.
Right. No. Not that it had 1 wound. There was a lot of 1 wound stuff.
Yes, that's true.
Because it was only really Primaris Marines that were 2 wounds in 8th.
Yeah. How things have changed.
Exactly. So that's the thing. Like, I genuinely thought that the Eversaur used to have a place in 8th edition. I always used to make an argument for it. I thought it was a strong unit. But yeah, God, in 9th, it doesn't... It's great, but it's, there are easier ways of getting rid of gaunts and snotlings, or not snotlings, Gretchen, they're like, there's other stuff that can do that. You don't need to invest 90 points in...
Yes, I mean, I've always been a fan of it just because I think partly it just looks cool. I think also having a bit of combat threat has always been really good for a guard army. But as you say, it's doing what a bunch of lasguns will do. It's not particularly... I think all the others have a bit more of a niche. One's a character killer in combat, one's a psyker killer or anti-psyker, and one's a long-range character killer from afar. Whereas this one just kills kind of basic units, and it's if it was very good at killing elite units, so if it's Neuro Gauntlet did like 2 wounds, a power sword that could do 2 or 3 wounds, so it could cut through elite units really easily, then it would have a bit more of a place, I think. I mean, I suppose the armies might not have.
Yeah, the Eversaur Assassin falls down in so much as isn't really an assassin, more of as much an assassin as a bulldozer.
Yes, it's just getting stuck in and just going mad, right?
Yeah.
It's a good sort of like little distraction unit because I think puts the bejesus up, or the heebie-jeebies up people. Like if you can place it right, it becomes a bit of a threat, and it could just become like a real backfield nuisance that someone's like, oh, I've got to deal with this now. Yeah.
There you go. So yeah, last of the assassins is the Vindicare assassin, although technically the last of the assassins, because there are other assassins now across other codexes and stuff, but this is the last of these 4 assassins, because you do now also have like Death Cult, and then there's the sort of pseudo assassin that used to come with the Rogue Trader, but maybe they've gone away now because they got rid of that one, didn't they?
No, so the Death Cult one, I believe, if I just quickly look at the Rogue Trader, I think it's, the Death Cult Executioner is a model that can be taken as part of the Rogue Trader unit, because you get the Rogue Trader, and you can have 3 optional models. One of them's the Death Cult model.
Yeah. But by the sounds of it, that's not an assassin anyway. It's an executioner. So, you know.
I mean, if that isn't an assassin, I don't know what is.
No, indeed. Anyway, Vindicare, very different type of assassin to the other ones, in so much as not so punchy, close range shooty. This one is very much the long range sniper archetype.
Has 2 model variants now.
That's true. Yes, there you go. 2 model variants. I mean, technically 4 if you included its old metal sculpts.
Yes, because they were all available at one point. I think last year, weren't they, on the old made-to-order service? You
had the one where he was just the old school 2nd edition assassin pose, where he's just got his guns up in the air, whee, pointing the guns up at the sky. You had the one pointing the gun stood atop an orc skull. Oh, that was beautiful. And then you got this guy hanging out by a piece of ruin, and then obviously the guy sat atop his big old sister's face.
Adeptus Sororitas, sister statue as part of the Warhammer Plus subscription.
Yeah. That was mighty fine. Anyway, although I didn't overly love it. The Vindicare Assassin. So, it is movement 7, ballistic skill 2, weapon skill 2, strength 4, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 6+ save. It's got the Exitus pistol, which is a 12-inch pistol 1, strength 4, -3, D3 damage. When resolving an attack made with this weapon, an invulnerable saving throw cannot be made. Attacks made with this weapon wound infantry units on 2+. Strong. So, wounds on 2s, -3, D3. You can't take invuns against it. Not bad. Exitus rifle, range 72, which is stupid in the game of 40k, because that's literally, that's like 2 tables across. That's like ridiculous. But anyway, there you go. Heavy 1, strength 5, -3, D3. When resolving attacks made with this weapon, an invulnerable saving throw cannot be made. Attacks, basically it's the same. Infantry get wounded on 2s. But strength 5, so if you're not shooting infantry, a bit more useful. -3, D3 damage. I've got to be honest with you. I appreciate there's going to be some other rules in here that reflect and add to that, but it should have been like D3 + 3. Like, the pistol's fine at D3, but like the actual big rifle, come on. Like, just make it super damaging, Like, if you get that shot, make it pay off, right?
Yes, yeah, because you kind of want it to be able to like one-shot characters.
I'm sure
even D3 + 1 or D3 + 2 would have been a bit better, especially when it's only heavy 1 and you live in the world where Votan regular infantry carry Magna Rail rifles. Yeah. This could have done with a little bit of an update. Should we go through? Do you want to go through the rest of the rules? Because there are.
I will do. Yeah, we'll talk about him just in a second. So, blind grenades is range 12, grenade D6. This weapon does not inflict any damage. Do not make any win rolls. Instead, if a unit is hit by any blind grenade, subtract 1 from all hit rolls for attacks made by that unit until the end of the turn. So there you go. You can lob a blind grenade, and then they're -1 to hit on that unit, which is fine, but you're probably never going to use it. So he's an agent of the Imperium and an independent operative. He's got the lightning fast reflexes and dead shot. So dead shot, each time you make a ranged attack, you can ignore the lookout sir rule. In addition, on an unmodified wound roll of 6 For an attack made with the Exodus pistol or Exodus rifle, change the damage characteristics of the weapons to D6, which again, fine if that's what you're going for, but then in that case, make it D3 plus 6 if that's going to be it. Or
So
sorry,
D3 plus 3, you mean?
D3 plus 3, sorry.
Yeah.
Or, better still, make the gun damage D3 plus 3, and then if you roll a 6, make it just flat 6. You know?
I mean,
Make him a monster at killing stuff, you know? That would be preferable. But anyway, faultless aim, attacks made with this ranged weapon, attacks made with ranged weapons by this model always hit on 2+, if this model did not move this turn. Hit rolls of 6 are still required when firing Overwatch. So as long as he did not move, he always hits on a 2+, as long as he did not move, which again is sort of frustrating, right? Because obviously he's got a heavy gun. The minute he moves, he hits on 3s, and obviously can have minuses to that. So he could be hitting on as low as 4s, which again is like, come on, just say he always hits on 2s, regardless if he moves. You know, just do that. Would that have been so hard?
That's for Votan Sniper.
Indeed. Headshot. If, after resolving attack with this Exodus pistol or Exodus rifle by this model, a model in the enemy unit loses any wounds as a result of an attack, but was not destroyed, roll a d6 on a 3+, that model suffers 1 mortal wound. If that model is not destroyed, you can roll a d6. This time, the model suffers 1 mortal wound of 4+, and you keep going until you run out of things. So, in the best will of the world, you can get 7 wounds out of these guns, because if you roll a 3 on the damage, then you get the 3+, the 4+, the 5+, and the 6+. So it's like, cool. I can maybe
you can
do
technically
7
do flat. No, but you can, if you roll a 6 to wound. Yeah, 6 to wound, you do D6 damage.
True.
So you could do technically
10.
more.
Could do 10.
Yeah, so the headshot rule used to be a stratagem that you could pay for, and this is now one of a few updates, I think, where they've rolled it into the weapon profile. And I guess they've gone, because you're kind of probably going to do on average 2 mortal wounds, let's say.
Yeah.
We're not going to muck around with the damage characteristic on the profile.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of, I mean, if you're shooting at an elder or a guardsman, you've got a good chance of just outright killing them. But if you're shooting at anything else, like a Space Marine or, your bigger Primarch, big monstery type, the Supreme Leaders, this isn't going to do anything to them, really. So you could have quite easily upped the damage a little bit, but maybe they just didn't want it to sort of, you don't want to be in a position where you're like one-shotting, like a Primarch, really. If it was a flat 6 damage plus this rule on top. In fact, as fun as the headshot rule is, I'd almost just rather, as you say, like it just does flat damage on the weapon profile and just leave it as that and take this rule out.
Yeah, like it's like turn it into like a Tau rail rifle that you hit, you do 2 mortal wounds and then D3 damage. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Just give me that. Like, again, I understand the mechanics were established earlier, so they kind of still have to stay true to that, but like it just sort of seems so unnecessary. Just put it in the gun.
I find this assassin, because it actually had another one, which was if you can shoot again. That was its other stratagem. Because I always found you hit on 2s, but the amount of times I would roll a 1 to hit, and sometimes even with a reroll, you'd still muck it up. So it's like if you miss a single shot in the game, it's kind of like you're wasting a lot of efficiency out of this guy because he's just sat there doing his 1 shot a turn.
Well, there's a couple of extra rules, so let's just quickly get through that. So we got Spy Mask, which is you ignore light cover, not any other type of cover, but just light cover, so they don't get their +1s to their saves. And then Stealth Suit, which is weird. When resolving attack made with a ranged weapon against this model, you subtract 1 from your hit rolls. Unless the model is on a terrain feature, in which case you subtract 2. Now, obviously, there will be instances...
Oh, God, why? They haven't updated this rule at all, and this was the one that was busted.
Well, you say that, right? Because the thing is you can only ever subtract 1 because that's how the rules work.
Well,
right?
exactly. It's capped at 1, so being minus
but
2.
If you're +1 to hit and you're shooting at something that's -2, then
How
you're still...
rare do you... I mean, yeah, it does
super
happen, but
rare.
it's not often you get +1 to hit.
It's not very valuable, absolutely. And
No,
the thing is,
like,
obviously, he's
there's
not
so many
benefiting...
better rules they could have done.
Well, they could have... Here's the thing, right? Honestly, this is my sincere opinion with this model. It's got 1 shot a turn. You're going to basically need it on the board, 5 turns, and it's 1 shot, right?
And you can't
say it
move.
Always hits.
Yeah. Ooh.
Just say 1 shot, always hits. Like, literally remove any of that variable, always hits. Like, literally just automatically hits. 1 shot, always hits. And then that would be fine. And then tweak the damage a bit. Because the problem is with this assassin is it never gets line of sight on anything useful. And also, because you've removed all of its stratagems, it doesn't even have the usefulness because before you used to be able to go, oh, well, fair enough. Well, I'm just going to shoot at a vehicle with my turbo penetrator round and I'll do some mortals to a vehicle, right? Like, it used to have some functionality.
Yes, yeah. That was the extra utility from stratagems for it. Yeah. True.
I mean, in older editions, this guy was the GOAT, right? Like, in older editions, this dude was lethal. Even in 8th edition, this guy was real scary. Like, lots of people brought Vindicare assassins in 8th. But crikey, in 7th. I remember playing Joe, and he brought Drakari, and I happened to have a Vindicare assassin. It was hilarious, because it was just literally like, oh, is that a raider, is it? Bop! And it's just literally just the Vindicare assassin would just drop a raider every turn, because it was just like, whatever. It'd be like, oh, I'm gonna jink! It's like, well, funny story about that. I ignore that. Plop! And the rifle was strength 10, AP 1, and it was so mad. So it was just literally like, I was like, well, I just need to roll a 1, and I've penetrated, and you're an open top vehicle, and I'm AP 1, so now I need to roll a 3, and you're gone. So it was just literally, yeah, Drakari armies hated this dude. As did many others as well, right? Like, it used to be proper gnarly, the amount of damage this guy could output in those old systems. It just never finds a place in the current edition because it just, you know, it just doesn't belong because of the way they've made the terrain work. But also, more than that, without the stratagems, I mean, this is trash tier, this assassin. If I was to rate these 4 assassins, I would put Kaladas at number 1, Caluxus at a situational number 2, Eversaw at a low 3rd, like in a different realm to the other 2, and the Vindicare, you know, I mean, honestly, if you could take the Vindicare for nothing, right? If it was free, you'd still feel like it was doing nothing. Like, you know, like basically it'd be really useful in an army if it was free because you could use it to go and do actions on things. Like, you know, because it's an extra body. Like, go raise banners over there, mate. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you've got to look at it of less about trying to kill characters, more you're just going to kill elite infantry with it, and you're going to
though? Like, what elite infantry are you going to kill?
Well, yeah, like, I've killed a
turn?
Terminator. Like,
yay.
okay.
Maybe,
like,
if I happen to roll a 3.
Yeah, that's true. It's
Can't do anything against monsters, vehicles, even cavalry. That's the hilarious thing. Someone runs at you with a horse, all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, well, straight 4. Like,
yeah,
it's just terrible. Like, literally, a guy on a bicycle comes at you and you're like, oh, don't know what to do anymore. Like, it's just stupid. It's so dumb. It's such a bad
I'm
unit.
really surprised they didn't update the stealth suit to just be like, yeah, you can't target them if you're more than like 12 or 18 inches away or something, which is what they've sort of done on other units.
I mean, based on this guy's rules and profile, in the game of 9th edition 40k, if it was 40 points, I still wouldn't take it.
Yeah, I mean, 40 points can buy you a lot with the right army.
Yeah. If it was 40 points, it's still too much. Like, genuinely, it would need to be 25 points and to be, like, taken.
If it had basically like a Magna Rail rifle, where you could be doing, what's that, flat 6 damage or something, the Magna Rail rifle? with the option of doing mortal wounds, or those mortal wounds could spill onto other character or other models in the unit. If it had some utility like that, it would actually be worth it. But the profile is just very underwhelming, and even with the self rule, it's one of those things where this one needed a real overhaul on rules. And I don't want to call them lazy, but they just haven't done those things. Yes, they incorporated headshot, which is nice, but at the same time, they should have really updated the weapon profiles to be a bit more deadly, in line with the rest of the game as it has been for like the whole of this edition.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have just given it a bit more utility.
I genuinely think the Kaladas is worth 90 points. I think the Coluxus will be worth 90 points if you build strategies around it, because I think the fact that you can basically take certain secondaries that it will massively benefit from, or benefit you, is worth it. The Eversaw, I don't think there's ever going to be a set of circumstances where you're going to get your points back on it. But again, if the Eversaw was 50 points, I'd probably take it. But 90 points is way too much for an Eversaw. And the Vindicator, as I say, 25 points, I'd take it. 30 points, I'd think about it. Any more than that, it's just wasted. Because it just doesn't do anything. And to be honest with you, it's more of a hindrance because it's a thing that my opponent can kill to contribute to assassinate. You know, it's like, it's actually probably worse putting it in your list than
here's the thing. The rule that the Coluxus has, which is you can only hit them on a 6-up. If they all had that, that would actually make them pretty good. And to sort of, if that was the lightning reflexes rule, either instead of or in addition to the invulnerable save, they would be a real sort of a nuisance. And the Eversaw would then be a lot better because it's
God, if you could only hit
you
the Eversaw
can
on sixes.
just chuck him into combat and he's going to be a nuisance. Even if he's not able to kill a lot of tough units, he could just slow stuff up. And maybe that's too much, but I sort of feel like they need something like that. And again, it would give a lot more survivability to the Vindicator as well, if you can only be hit on 6s. Like the -1, -2 that's also capped on -1 just feels like nonsense.
Yeah, it's bad.
Because you kind of always need him on a terrain feature just to have line of sight on stuff. So it just seems really...
But that doesn't even work now, though, right? With the way that they've changed the rules of, like, obscuring. Because obscuring essentially is an infinite block of space.
Yes. Now, if, for example, his spy mask, instead of ignoring the benefits of light cover, ignored obscuring as an ability, so it could shoot through or over, through
or it
buildings.
Could shoot out of line of sight. Like, just do that.
Yeah, because, some of the Space Marine stuff can do that, right? So... yeah, well, why not? Like, give him a crazy rule like that would make him great again.
That'd be good, wouldn't it? If it was literally like, you just put him on the board, you have to put him somewhere on the board, he is where you put him, but he's just got a 72-inch range and he can shoot you from anywhere.
Yes, but he's not going to really ever be able to move or anything like that.
No, he will never move. Like, maybe that's the rule. Like, literally, if he moves, he can't shoot. But literally, plonk him down and... then you take him. If he was just literally representative of just one shot, even if damage D3 with the ability to headshot, all of a sudden you're going, yeah, but I can guarantee getting shots off on characters every turn until they deal with him. Sure, why not? Why not?
Because then he's actually a real threat to your opponent's army, which makes up for the fact that, you're only hitting him on, -1. Fine, because he's going to have a lot more of a threat every single turn, and they've got to then deal with him.
Yeah, but no, that Vindicator Assassin, total trash, absolute waste of time. So there you go. Those were the assassins. Phil, did you have your own pecking order, or are you content we've spoken about assassins?
I mean, I think yours is probably correct. The Eversaw is number 1 in my heart, even if he's not number 1. In the rules. I think the ones I've always taken tend to be Coluxus and Eversaw. I don't take the... Calidus and Eversaw. Coluxus I don't take because I've never finished painting him up because it's the one that's always interested me the least. And the Vindicare I've taken a bunch of times because it's kind of all right, but as you say, it's just too hit and miss, unfortunately, and that is no pun. And most of the time it's just not worth it, especially when I roll lots of ones.
That's the thing. That's the major problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. Before we talk about the Inquisition models that now make up basically the rest of this conversation, we should quickly just talk about the psychic discipline of Telefsia, which is, or Telefisia? The psychic discipline of the Inquisition. So this is unique to them. So you've got, number 1, Terrify, a malediction with a warp charge value of 6. Select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to this psychic. Until the start of the next psychic phase, you subtract 1 from their leadership and they cannot fire Overwatch. Useful, better when Overwatch just happened automatically, but, you know, the fact that you know for certain that they're not going to be doing Overwatch, handy. So, broadly speaking, solid, I would say.
Yes, yeah, pretty good. Always good to be able to shut down an Overwatch on something you definitely want to charge at. So that's always been a good pick.
Indeed.
The next one is Psychic Fortitude, which is a blessing, warp charge value of 4. If manifested, select a friendly Imperium unit within 12 inches of this psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, during morale, you automatically pass the morale test. Which is all right. I mean, it's probably good if you know you really need it, but you do need to sort of plan ahead, I guess.
I'd say the thing is with that, though, is you're always going to know when there's a certain type of clutch unit that you want to have holding objectives, or that you have a plan to go and try and get an objective. So I think actually when you consider that auto-passing a morale test is 2 CP, a warp charge of 4 feels very cheap for what you're potentially getting.
Yes, although the 2 CP is a reactive to it.
Yes,
so you get to pick when you do that. This is, you've got to pick a unit, effectively a turn in advance of when you're going to need it, which is where I think it falls down slightly.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Dominate, Malediction, has a warp charge of 6. Select one enemy model within 12 of this psyker and roll 3d6. If the total is equal to or greater than the enemy model's leadership characteristic, that enemy model can immediately shoot with one weapon it is equipped with as if it were your shooting phase. By the way, this excludes vehicles, just in case anyone is thinking about taking control of vehicles. But shoot with one weapon as if it is equipped with, as if it were your shooting phase, or make one attack as if it were your fight phase. In either case, treat that enemy model as if it is a separate unit that is part of your army while shooting or making that melee attack. Dominate is great. It's a really cool psychic power. Being able to take something that's got a cool gun. Obviously, if it's infantry based, it's slightly less awesome.
You say if you're going up against Votan and there's that Magna rail rifle in every squad, that actually makes this a lot more useful.
Or NIDs. NIDs are hilarious because they're not vehicles, so you just be like, "Oh, you there, big old." Carnifex with venom cannons.
Yeah, or the big bugs with the big guns. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. It used to be really fun when you could do this on a knight and make it shoot like it's battle cannon or something.
Yes.
But obviously excluding vehicles has ruined that fun. But I get it because it got a bit too problematic.
No, I'd say so.
But it still has some utility. Yeah, it's only one attack in combat, which is a bit of a pain, and it's only one gun, but it's fine. Like against some Tau stuff, you can do some good work with.
What I'm curious about is the circumstances that arise that you would be able to control the thing in a fight. I suppose it would have to be a situation where your opponent has charged you with 2 units.
No, so if you are. If you select a model that is basically within engagement range of either another model within the same unit, or another unit that it's next to, like some bodyguards are nearby.
Oh, I see.
So
yeah.
that's the thing you've got to look out for. Sometimes you'll select a unit and go, I'm going to shoot its gun at this thing. But actually, technically, it's within an inch of one of their friendly units. So actually, you have to do the slightly less effective
so it
one
immediately
attack
becomes
from
one of your
fighting.
models and is treated
Yes, so you
accordingly.
treat that model as... so you might make it effectively magically appear in combat with its own unit, for example.
That's quite funny, isn't it? So technically... Oh, interesting. Yeah. So
you
basically
could just, do it. So you select one enemy model. Let's say it's a Space Marine Sergeant with a Thunderhammer. Cool. I mean, it is 2-inch coherency, but if you're within an inch, you're automatically in combat with another member of its squad. So yeah, I'm just doing one attack, but I'm probably just going to like auto kill another Space Marine, which is okay. It's not crazy, but could be quite fun.
I suppose the old gimmick is, though, just look for the plasma weapons. Overcharge them plasmas.
Yes, that is quite funny, especially if you can do it on a character. So get a character, overcharge that plasma gun.
Yeah.
No, I won't use the reroll that I could probably do.
Well, sometimes you could use the reroll to try and
make
get
it
ones
happen.
in certain
Yes.
circumstances.
Although normally, if you try and do it on a character, they tend not to be affected by their own rerolls
That's
anymore.
true,
But
that's true.
sometimes it can happen. So yeah, that could be fun. I'm doing the next one, aren't I? Mental Interrogation. So this is a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy character within 12 and visible to the Psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, when resolving an attack made by that enemy model, subtract 1 to the hit rolls. And if your army is battle forged, roll 3d6. If the result is equal to or greater than the enemy model's leadership characteristic, you gain a command point. So this is quite a good one. I think actually Richard took it because he had an Inquisitor when we did our Crusade weekend, and he was so low on command points in general because he had a Marauder Bomber. Or was it Marauder Destroy? Marauder Destroy. That cost him a load of command points to take, basically. So I think he did this occasionally in some of his games because you need the command points. So it's quite a good one of it's a sneaky way of gaining extra CP, which isn't bad.
Yeah. Psychic Pursuit. Blessing. Warp charge of 7. If manifested, select one enemy character unit that only contains models with a wound characteristic of 9 or less within 18 and visible to this Psyker. Then select one friendly auto infantry unit within 6 of this Psyker until the end of your next shooting phase. Each time you select a target for a ranged weapon, a model in that friendly auto infantry unit is making an attack with, you can ignore the Lookout Sir rule if you selected that enemy character unit as the target. It's very handy.
Yeah,
Very handy.
This is one I mentioned before. I thought it was a stratagem, but I forgot it's actually circuit power. So this is, if you take it with Ordo Minoris, it's actually a really good combo because you're shooting at characters, you're ignoring Lookout Sir, and you're re-rolling the hit rolls and wound rolls against that character.
Yeah.
So that's quite cool.
It's very cool.
And then the last of the generic ones is Castigation, which is a Witchfire, warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select an enemy unit within 18 and visible to the Psyker, roll 3d6. If you exceed the lowest leadership in the enemy unit, that enemy unit suffers d3 mortal wounds, which is a pretty good, I guess it's like a mini smite, really.
Yeah, it's alright. It just seems like a lot of rolls, doesn't it? Roma, Psychic Test, Roma 3d6, but I guess, it's fine. At least you ain't got a roll to hit.
Yes, that's true.
Order Hereticus Scourging. We'll go with that. It's a malediction. Has a warped value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 12 of this Psyker. Until the start of the next Psyker phase, subtract 1 from the attack's characteristics of models in that unit to a minimum of 1. Roll 2d6. If the total is equal to or greater than the highest leadership characteristic in the enemy unit, then until the start of your next psychic phase, when resolving an attack made by a model in that enemy unit, subtract 1 from the hit roll. Ooh. So you can...
it's really good, actually, that combo. So -1 to hit and
-1
-1 attack.
Yeah. And the attack
very
is faked
strong.
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Next one, Ordo Xenos Psychic Veil. It's a blessing or a warp charge value of 5. If manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, a friendly Ordo Xenos unit within 6 inches of this psychic can only be selected as the target of attacks if they are the closest visible enemy units, and can only be selected as a target of charges if they're within 6 inches of a charging unit. So pretty good if you want to keep a kind of guarantee a unit to be around or be alive or to screen something out. That's quite good.
Yeah, it's really big. Really, really big. Like you can use them as a really interesting buffer in certain situations as well. Like there's some definite like movement shenanigans that you could do with that. Yeah, which is quite cool. Obviously the only variable with this one is that it specifically impacts other Ordo Xenos units. So if you're just looking at adding an Inquisitor to an army, you're not going to really see the benefits.
Yeah,
of this.
it's only going to work if you're taking some acolytes, basically.
Yeah, which you can theoretically only do if you're taking a patrol of Inquisition.
No, it's got to be a Vanguard. Is it Vanguard? The one that
Vanguard.
allows you to take elites, because all the Inquisition units are all elites.
Well, patrol will let you
basically.
do that. You still just got to take the troops, and then you take.
There are no troops though.
There's breaches.
Well, yeah, but they're not actual Inquisition.
Oh, they're not. Oh no, they're Navis Imperialis. Yeah.
If you were taking a boarding patrol, then possibly.
But you couldn't be taking a boarding patrol because you're not playing boarding actions.
Well, no, but only if I'm saying.
I see what you're saying.
If you're taking an Inquisition lot with
Gotcha.
boarding actions, yeah, that would be possibly because of some of their extra special rules. Yeah, so it's not an easy one to do, basically.
No, indeed. Ordo Malleus is the warding incantations. It's a blessing, has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one friendly Imperial infantry or Imperium biker unit within 12 of this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Models in that unit have a 5+ invulnerable save. That's not terrible, but it's not great. I mean, it's all right, is what I would say.
Yeah, it feels like it could be good. I think you nitpicked this one before and said there's not many things that are just generic infantry that really need an invuln save, because, you know, are you really going to waste really high AP shots on a generic squad of stuff? Maybe if they're on an objective and you want to kill them.
Yeah,
and all the good stuff like Terminators have invuln saves anyway.
Yeah. Maybe Ogryn squads. They might enjoy having a 5 of invuln.
Yeah, or, you know, bikes, you know,
bikes,
Space Marine Primaris bikers would probably benefit from that, for sure.
They're all Ravenwing, though, now, and they all have that anyway. Well, they're only against ranged attacks, the Ravenwing one. So, you know, give them the extra. Cool, well, there you go, some psychic powers. Now that we know what they got in terms of psychic powers, let's just have a quick old chat. Although I say quick, we've probably got hours of talking about this still to go. Let's talk about the Inquisitors. So, first of the Inquisitors is Lord Inquisitor Kyria Draxus. Do you want to talk about Kyria Draxus?
Yeah, sure thing. Ms. Draxus, let's say.
Ms. Draxus, yes.
Yeah.
Not Mrs., we assume.
No, Ms. So it could be either way.
Exactly.
Movement 6 inches. Weapon skill 2+, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 3, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3+ save because she's got power armor, but obviously did not benefit from Armor of Contempt when power armor was a thing because Games Workshop forgot about them. They're armed with the Dire Singer, which I believe is the bird. No, that's his special ability. The Dire Singer is their Xenos pistol that they've got.
Shuriken pistol, Phil.
Shuriken pistol, Power Fist, and you can only obviously have one of them. So the Dire Singer, 18-inch range, Assault 2, Strength 4, AP 0, 2 damage, And when resolving attacks made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6, change for AP to -3 for that attack. I remember when this model first came out, that the Shuriken pistol profile on this was vastly better than the standard one, and all the elder players had a massive tizzy on the internet about it.
That we did.
Yeah. It's got power assist.
It's still better, technically. I mean, damage too. Pretty good.
And I guess it's got the extra ability, right? I presume that isn't baked into a regular Shuriken pistol.
No, that's baked into a regular Shuriken catapult.
Oh, so it can have a -3 AP on a wound roll of 6. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good.
It's the extra purity seal gives it the extra damage, I guess.
That's it.
A standard power fist, so ×2, so strength 6 on a regular human. It's not very good. -3 AP, 2 damage, and obviously it's still -1 to hit. Even though an Inquisitor, having the very best technology, still suffers from a -1 to hit roll. Fair enough.
But weapon skill 2. So,
you are weapon skill 2, so you're hitting on 3s, which isn't too shabby. So this has Agents of the Imperium, Authority of the Inquisition, Unquestionable Wisdom, which is the leadership buff, and Quarry, which is the reroll hit rolls, depending on what your keyword is. They are Ordo Xenos. Bear that in mind. A Refractor Field, so they've got a 5-up invulnerable save. They've got Shang. So the model manifests the Smite psychic power. You can select one enemy unit within 18 inches and visible to this model to be affected instead of the closest enemy unit. So I presume Shang is the bird. Oh, I thought it used to have like a ranged attack, but obviously not. It's just allows you to do a smite wherever you want. And then it's got paralysis grenades. So at the start of the fight phase, if this model made a charge move this turn, you can select one enemy unit is within engagement range of this model. Until the end of that phase, that enemy unit cannot be selected to fight until all other eligible units have done so. So it's got fight last, which is actually really good because that's pretty strong. You've got some punchy close combat and you've got some durability with your 3+ save and a 5-up invuln. So that would be a tasty way and a relatively cheap way of getting fight last on a much better unit that is attached to, like, hanging out with.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, fight last is strong. Have
them hanging out with some Blade Guard.
It's a shame that it's specifically done for charges, though, because obviously the most useful thing is to be able to do it.
Yes,
being charged. Well, the most useful thing is to be able to do it in all circumstances when you're essentially needing to do it in.
It almost it's almost a bit pointless, right? It's when you're charging, you get fight first.
Yeah.
So, with the exception of someone using the interrupt stratagem, it doesn't make a difference.
Or having fight first, because
the only benefit is if there was one of your units was already in combat, you could charge this in as like a follow-up the following turn, so your unit can swing first before your opponent. So as a kind of counter threat, it's not too bad in that respect. But as you're right, it's very niche. It's also.
I imagine most people will forget that there's the charge stipulation and just have it.
Do it anyway.
She makes them fight last all the time because that's what you would assume the situation is.
Yes.
And there's the psychic bit. Do you want to just say that?
Yeah. So it's just got one psychic power. One deny, one cast, no smite, plus one of the disciplines. So yes, it's all right.
So she is a whopping 85 points for 5 wounds, a 3-up armor save, a shuriken catapult that is all right, truth be told. Order Xenos, so fine, I guess.
I mean, the 18-inch smite, whoever you want's is quite useful. I think
it's useful.
Utility, but it sort of means that it's encouraging you to not ever take another I mean, you do get to take another power, but the idea is, I guess, you won't really ever use it because you want to make the best of the kind of the synergistic combo of their abilities plus smite.
Yeah, I'm not loving her. I think that she's one of those ones that I struggle to find a reason to want to include her. 85 points for a very, very, very easy to kill model. Like this is one of the few things that Vindicare Assassin, I mean, assuming it gets a shot, could probably get rid of pretty easily.
Not with one shot. I mean,
no.
So
okay.
on average, you're gonna do
it'd take 3
2
shots
wounds.
to kill her, but that's
Yeah, well, even with let's say you do 2 mortal wounds from the headshot rule, and on average you roll a 2 on your D3.
She'd have 1 left, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you kill her in the second turn. Assuming you don't roll a 1 to hit.
Exactly. Beautiful illustration of how terrible that assassin is that we can't we can't confidently say that he can get rid of.
The assassins,
5 wound character.
Yeah, to be honest, the Inquisitors are meant to be the best of humanity, right? So they should survive a turn against an assassin, but maybe not much longer. Not much longer.
Indeed. So the next of the assassins,
not assassins, Inquisitors.
Sorry, Inquisitors. Sorry, yeah, flipping heck. Flashbacks. Next of the Inquisitors is Cotiers, one of the long-standing popular assassins from the days of old. Was very popular in 7th edition because of his network of spies.
He's got some quite cool rules.
You used to see him in a lot of Krieg armies back in the day, Phil. How did you feel about Krieg armies with old Cotiers? You never did it because you didn't like being competitive, but, many of your Krieg friends did.
Quite likely, yeah. I mean, it's an alright model. It's a cool Inquisitor. I think he's probably one of the more durable.
Yeah.
But yeah, just wasn't for me.
Well, fair enough. Movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3, strength 3, toughness 3, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 10, and a 2+ save. He has a bolt pistol, a cyber eagle, and a mastercrafted Nemesis Demon Hammer. The Mastercrafted Nemesis Demon Hammer is strength ×2, -3, flat 3 damage, and does not give any minuses to hit.
Oh no! See, his special weapon is better than old Miss Draxus.
Miss Draxus, yeah. Inquisitor Cotiers is, but he is weapon skill 3+, almost like they may.
So it makes it the same.
Yeah. Except, hers is damage 2 and his is damage 3, so it is better. And AP -3. So yeah, it's a better weapon. The Eagle, if you're interested, is range 24, assault D6, strength 4, AP -1 damage. So there you go. Agent of the Imperium, authority of the Inquisition, unquestionable wisdom and quarry. So that's all good stuff. Has a 5+ invulnerable save, which is fairly useful. And still comes with his spy network. So when an enemy unit is set up on a battlefield as reinforcement, you can select one friendly Ordo Malleus unit within 6 of this model. The selected unit can shoot at the enemy unit as if it were your shooting phase. In addition, once per battle, when your opponent uses a stratagem, this model can use its spy network. If it does, your opponent must spend 1 additional command point to resolve that stratagem, or else has no effect, and any command points spent on that stratagem are considered not to have been spent. This ability cannot affect stratagems that are used before the battle. That is really good, because obviously now, if your opponent is on 1 CP, they may as well be on none, because this guy will just make you spend that on nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you could be ultra brutal and combo it with a Calidus Assassin, so you could technically make something cost 2 CP. And that's a great sort of mind game to play on your opponent, I guess, to be like, yeah, you could spend that stratagem now, or it's just going to cost you all your CP that you got and it won't go off. Yeah.
He can also attempt to manifest 2 psychic powers and deny 1.
That's not bad.
So I would argue, based on spy network and 2 psychic powers, this is a far better Inquisitor than Miss Draxus. How many points is Cotiers versus? So Draxus was 85. Cotiers is
95.
You are correct, yes. So Coty has his 10 points more, but you get a lot of extras in those 10 points.
Get an extra save, you get an extra
Leadership.
1 damage, get an extra AP. Oh no, same AP actually. Oh yeah, say AP 3 effectively thunder hammer. Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
He's also got a bolt pistol, which is just bog standard, so it's a bit naff.
Yeah. But, 5-up invuln, which is fine. I mean, Draxus has that as well, but it's just the fact that you can literally just be really annoying and create a situation where your opponent's like, oh, okay. Like, so I can't, basically you're telling me I can't use any stratagems anymore because I got 1 CP. And like, yeah, that's basically it. Well, but at some point you might want to call my bluff on that, because if you don't, this is basically what you're dealing with the whole game. Like, this is until you even get rid of this guy.
I think it's that thing of, as soon as someone does like their big play stratagem, they're gonna either have to make sure that they've got an extra CP to make sure it goes off, or that you just have to do it right and make you spend it, and then it's done and out of the way. Yeah.
I think that's the thing. I would always, in that situation, just call his bluff and just go, all right, fine. But it's crazy that you can. Yeah, but it's crazy that you can literally. You can shut down something like a really crucial reroll. Like, someone's like, oh God, I need to reroll that thing. It's like, well, now you can't, because I'm going to stop it. And it's like, oh wow. So yeah, Cotiers, still pretty good. 95 points. And being able to shoot and stuff, admittedly, obviously you need another unit in order to be able to do it. But the fact that you can do it is quite useful. Someone comes in reserves and he shoots at him. That's all pretty good.
Yes, yeah, so it's a good counter. So he could be part of a good screening unit, right? So
yeah, big time.
And then he's got a bit of punch to him as well. So he's pretty good. Pretty good.
I'd probably chuck him in for 95 points. He seems all right for 95 points. I got the model, the old metal one, so why not, eh? Got kicking around. Sprinkle him into a few lists.
I'm sure he could. Yeah,
exactly. Greyfax, Phil. Tell us about Greyfax.
Next up is Inquisitor Greyfax, the hero of Gathering Storm. Movement 6 inches, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 3, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 10, and a 3+ save. Again, power armor. She's got the mastercrafted Condemnator bolt gun, which fires looks like a little crossbow. Mastercrafted power sword, frag grenades, crack grenades, psych out grenades. So pretty tooled up. So you get 2 different profiles for the mastercrafted bolt gun. So you got the generic bolt gun, which is 24 inches, rapid fire 1, strength 4, -1 AP, 2 damage.
And that's not a generic bolt gun, mate. That's a mastercrafted.
Yes, mastercrafted. And then you got the Condemnator strike. Condemnator stake.
Is it Condemnator or Condemner? Condemner?
Condemnor. Yeah, sorry, the font's really small on my screen.
There is the word.
Yeah, Condemnor stake. 24 inches, assault 1, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with his weapon profile is allocated to a psyker. That model suffers D3 mortal wounds in addition to the normal damage. So effectively 3 damage up to 5 damage. It's already making that assassin look a bit piddly in comparison. Mastercrafted power sword, so +1 strength, so strength 4, -3 AP, 2 damage, and then psych out grenades, 6-inch range, grenades D3, strength 2, no AP, 1 damage, blast. When resolving attacks made with this weapon against psychers or demons, an unmodified hit roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. So that's okay. Got the usual special abilities, plus a refractor field for a 5+ in 1 save. Got Indomitable. When a deny the witch test is taken for this model, add 1 to the total, which is not bad. And then, Psycho Culum, I think that's what it is.
That'll do.
Each time you select a target for a ranged weapon, this model, when making an attack, you can ignore Lookout Sir if you're targeting a Psyker character or Demon character. Amazing. So not bad. Like, she's got some decent ranged attacks. especially if you're against a psyker, right? So you can do some extra mortal wounds with a psyker, and you can ignore lookout sir. So she's a good anti-psyker because she has a psyker power. She knows one can manifest one, but deny two.
Yeah, which is
kind of cool. So
with
she's got an extra deny.
Yeah,
plus one to deny. So she's a kind of good anti-psyker model, with a bit of demon attacking thrown in as well. I mean, not going to kill Angron, but she can at least do a tiny bit of damage.
Well, she could do 5 wounds to Angron, potentially 7 if she fires both profiles and gets real lucky.
Well, Angron's not a psyker though, so you can't do the extra mortal wounds,
of course.
Against him. It's only it's a shame the Condemnus stake only works against psykers and not demons, because everything else is psykers and demons, right? But
Makes sense,
the fact that you get 2 denies is really good utility, especially if you effectively don't have any psykers in your army. Like if you're a guard army that doesn't bother to take any psykers like I do. Greyfax would be quite a good addition to give yourself a bit of protection from psykers, especially when you get your +1 to your deny the witch. You could combo it again with the was it Cluxus, right, for the -2 to their psychic test. You'd have to make sure you're out of range, because it's -2 to deny the witch as well, so you'd have to position them out of range of your Greyfax. But you could do some nice little combos to really shut down a psychic heavy army.
No, big time. No, I like it. I mean, she's 90 points. Fine. Definitely interesting from the anti-psyker perspective. If you're playing someone in your local meta that has really caused you a bunch of bother with Elder Farseer nonsense, chuck her in.
Or Tyranids.
Thousand
Suns, Grey Knights. Funnily enough.
Yes, indeed. Next one is Inquisitor Kabamamov. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce the name, but it's the dude sitting on the big robot chair. Let's see what he's about. So he's got movement of 5, so quite slow. Weapon skill, ballistical 3. Strength and toughness of 5 on account of the fact that he's an old dude walking around on a big old robot chair. 8 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 10, and a 4+ save. So, all right. It's equipped with a mastercrafted multi-melter, mastercrafted power sword, and the Throne of Judgment stomping feet. Your army can only include one of these. So the mastercrafted multi-melter is a range 30, heavy 2, strength 8, -4, d6 damage. Each time attack made with this weapon targets a unit within half range, you get d6 +2. I'm curious what's mastercrafted about that.
The range is up from 24 inches to 30.
Yes, that's right.
But that's it.
Right.
Normally mastercrafted means +1 damage.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's fine. Mastercrafted power sword, which is, as Phil just said, a power sword with damage 2. And then the Throne of Judgment's stomping feet. When the bearer fights, it makes 2d3 additional attacks with this weapon. Crikey. -1, 2 damage. So it's got 4 attacks with its mastercrafted power sword, and then does 2d3 kicking you in the shins attacks.
Yeah, strength 5, -1, 2 damage. Not too shabby. 2 damage as well. Pretty good.
Yeah. So it's got Agent of the Imperium, Authority of the Inquisition, and Unstoppable Wisdom and Quarry. Obviously, it's a vehicle. We already worked out you can't put it in a transport, unfortunately.
Boo.
Supreme Will is an aura. While when a psychic test is taken for an enemy model within 12 of this model, subtract 1 from the total. So there you go. We're basically within 12, basically yelling at people, going, "Oi! Stop doing them psychic powers, you! Just stop it! Stop it now!" And thus they do. It has a 4+ invulnerable save, which is pretty tasty. Its armor save is 4+. So its armor save is the exact same as its invuln save. So it's always saving on a 4 until obviously the Vindicare shows up. Big noise. It's got Iron Will, so it's got a supreme will, which affects psychic powers, and then an iron will, which is if a psychic power is manifests by an enemy model targets this model, roll 2d6. If the total is greater than or equal to the psychic test total, this model is not affected by that power. Other models are still affected normally. Oh, fine. So it's not a deny. Thus, it's equal to or over, which is better than a deny. But obviously, if it were to swirl around and do mortal wounds to other units, it could affect them. But you can save yourself.
He's like, I do not believe in your psychic powers.
Then he's got Dread Reputation. While an enemy infantry unit is within 6 of this model, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristics of models in that unit. Right, okay. How many points is one of these, lads? Ooh,
105?
125.
I mean, he's effectively a mobile multi-melter platform, right? With
Not very mobile, though.
Yeah, slow moving.
And with some really mediocre debuffs to psychers specifically.
Yeah, he's got lots of interesting rules, but they sort of don't synergize. I guess you've just got to get him like stuck in right to combat or to your opponent's army, because 12-inch range on the was it -1 on the psychic tests, and 6-inch range for -1 leadership, which is a bit useless. And obviously he can ignore himself some psychic powers as well. And then he's got some nice shooting and a bit of combat threat potential as well. But feels like he's not particularly good at anything.
No, he's rubbish. He's terrible. Like, you know, a unit of heavy intercessors with regular bolt rifles will probably do him in a oneer. Because he's got no damage mitigation. Like, he's not got -1 damage. He's only got 8 wounds and toughness 5, right? Like, so, I mean,
yeah. If you think about it, he is sort of on a old box, what we call box noughts, right? He's on an old sort of dreadnought style legs.
Yeah.
So obviously he's open topped, so you could explain that's why he's not very well protected. But you could have given him what most dreadnoughts have, which is -1 damage. Does the Invicta Warsuit have -1 damage?
No, it doesn't.
Right, fair enough. Because that's as open. That's the equivalent of this, right? It's open top, but this obviously guy's got shielding and stuff. So, I guess he's only 8 wounds, so you could still have him protected by Lookout Sir. So
yes,
that is true. That
is true. That is true.
You'd use that, I guess. You know, let's face it, the Vindicator Assassin would take his time killing this guy.
Yeah, the Vindicator Assassin would probably not kill him in a game.
Maybe by turn 4.
Oh yeah, turn 4.
You know,
but maybe not.
Switch
maybe
off his
not.
invans.
I mean, immediately
not the way
switching off his invans. This guy doesn't actually get a save of even a 6-up against the Vindicator. So
exactly. But you're only doing D3 wounds plus a couple of mortals every turn, right?
Yeah. I mean, this guy's pretty trash, to be fair. Like, he's good in the sense that he's got a multi-melter. But like,
I actually think that the 30-inch multi-melter is quite useful, because 24 inches is sometimes, especially turn 1, just tiny bit too short.
But again, like most people have multi-melters on things that move faster than 5 inches, right? Like, you know, like it's not a big ask to have a drop pod filled with multi-melters or a tank that moves 10 with a multi-melter.
Yeah,
right?
well, like, so in older editions of
I agree.
The Guard Codex, for example, like your Lehman Russes had a 24-inch demolisher cannon or a multi-melter sponsons, right? So the 24 inches is really limiting, and you would only want to move them 5 inches to make the most of the shooting twice. So you'd be in a similar situation, but having those extra few inches just means that you could be nearish the edge of your deployment zone, move your 5, and then still probably hit something in your opponent's deployment zone. So I can see some utility for it for the first few turns. Having that extra range can be useful. But you're right, he's got slow movement, and for some armies, like Space Marines, he's probably pointless, or Custodes, for example. Other than he looks cool.
Yes. Yes, although I disagree with that statement as well. I think that model's janky and old.
Oh, he's old
worst
for sure.
ways.
I like the thing I like is the two little guys. He's got like a little scribe servant, and he's got a little servitor who's firing the multi-melter.
Yeah, that's fair. I just don't like his weird little legs all tucked in on the. It's just nothing about it. I've never liked that model. It's never done.
Oh, fair
anything
enough.
for me.
I was going to say he's Ordo Hereticus, like Greyfax is, because I don't think we mentioned it for her. So that's worth bearing in mind. The next one, if you ready to move on?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that the thing with the Inquisitor itself. So the Inquisitor is just a generic Inquisitor unit, right? So it can be made in lots of different ways. I mean, this is one of the few instances of where you're able to express your own sort of personal flair, and credit where credit's due to them. They've given you loads of options, at least in terms of how you can gear a Inquisitor wearing, I guess, what would be described as like flak armor, because he's got like the 4+ save.
Number 4 would be Carapace armor. Flak is
yes.
5. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
It is nice that they've done it, bearing in mind that there's, I think, as the picture implies, I think there's like 1 or 2 generic Inquisitor models. Like, this is where they break their own house rules of you can only equip a unit or model with what it comes with in the box. Where they don't follow that. And same with the Acolytes as well. The idea is you can kind of convert them up and stuff. So that's quite useful in terms of the utility from those ones, for sure.
Yeah. I think the thing that's a shame is that obviously there's no other kind of like armor types and stuff, but you can still do some fun stuff with the Inquisitor, or even with what it represents here. So you got a lot of different gear. I think going into all of it would be a bit crazy. So, I mean, essentially, the only things worth really talking about is its profile and its abilities, and then we can
just say what the weapons are and stuff. Yeah, so 6-inch move, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness of 3, 5 attacks, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, strength, 4+ save. Basically equipped with a bolt pistol and chainsword, frag grenades, crack grenades. You can swap them out, though, basically. So the bolt pistol can be replaced with any pistol weapon, and one weapon, and you can is it all? Or in addition to with one of the following? Yeah, so the bolt pistol can be changed for a pistol or ranged weapons, and you can be equipped with one melee weapon instead of a chainsword. If the model is a psyker, it gains the psyker keyword, and it can be equipped with one force weapon instead of a chainsword. So that's already a lot of flexibility. In fact, let's have a quick look. I presume it's at the bottom of what the war gear options are. Is it just armories of the orders? Oh no, weapons list. It's this bit, which is shorter. So melee weapons, power fist, power maul, power sword, thunder hammer, force weapons, force axe, force stave, force sword, nemesis, demon hammer, pistol weapons, bolt pistol, inferno pistol, needle pistol, plasma pistol, and then ranged weapons are bolt gun, combi flamer, combi melter, combi plasma, condemner bolt gun, flamer, hotshot las gun, incinerator, melter gun, plasma gun, storm bolter. We won't go through any of those profiles, but it just gives you a taste of the choices you can have. It's got all the generic abilities plus a refractor field for a 5+ inbond save, iron will, so if this model is not a psyker and a psychic power is manifested by an enemy model that targets this model, roll 2d6 if the total is greater than or equal to the psychic test total. You're not affected by the power. I don't remember having that before, but it might have done. It's interesting. It's the same one as Karamazov ability. And then if this model is a psychic, it can attempt 1 psychic power and deny 1 psychic power in those smite +1 extra. And obviously you can take any ordo that you want. and I believe you can just make it a psyker for free because it doesn't cost you any points to do.
There's an implication that if you make it a psyker, that you can give it a nemesis, not nemesis.
Yes, you can take the force weapons. Yeah,
force weapon. Thank you. Yeah, but you don't have to give it a force weapon.
No.
So if you don't want it to, you can just have a psyker running around with an incinerator, which is interesting, right? Because like I assume that must be some like weird stipulation, right? So that one, it says there that amongst your weapons,
so
there is
the
this weapon
incinerator is 12-inch range, heavy D6, strength 6, -1 damage, and you automatically hit. So it's like a souped-up flamer.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought for a minute the incinerator wasn't listed on the points, but it is. It's a 10-point upgrade. So yeah, you can have it running around with an incinerator and still doing like psychic powers. I mean, the base model is 60 points, and then as you add war gear to it, it obviously becomes more expensive. So yeah, combi flamers, combi melters. It's a very versatile unit, which is great. But yeah, God, I mean, to be honest with you, if it were me, it'd just be bolt pistol, chainsword, and a psyker just to get like the most efficiency out of it. Because I don't really, this guy will never be a combat monster.
No.
Probably where it's most interesting is in its shooting potential, which is why I quite like the sound of the incinerator. So maybe there's an argument that you could go with that one.
Yes, because even though it's heavy, there's no minus because you auto hit. I was going to say, where are the points in here? I don't see them.
So they're all in the field manual.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm referring to the field manual for the points.
Right, clever girl.
Clever.
Yes, I kind of wish they gave you options for, as you say, like flak armor, Carapace armor, power armor, and Terminator armor. And as I mentioned before, there used to be a model with Terminator armor, but it was specifically Auto Malleus. And then that's been subsequently, I guess, moved to Legends or just disappeared because it was a very old, probably 2nd or 3rd edition model. Which was nice that they gave it to us, but I'm not surprised it's gone either. But it'd be nice to have that even extra level of flexibility. But I can see why they haven't done that, and they've just gone, they're just, generic non-armored guys.
Yeah. On the topic of generic non-armored guys.
Oh, yes.
We have Eisenhorn. So, Inquisitor Eisenhorn has a movement of 6, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 3, a strength of toughness of 3, 5 wounds and 4 attacks, leadership 10, and a 4+ save. It comes with a bolt pistol, of course, a strength 4 -1, 2 damage bolt pistol, as a result of it being an artificer bolt pistol. I didn't really do that justice before. Wielding Barba, something like that. Are we saying that? Barba?
Barbarisata.
Oh, yes, Barba.
Which is the swanky sword that he has.
Well, there you go. Never leave home without your swanky Barba. So that's strength +1, like power swords, -3 AP, like power swords, but D3 damage, which is not too shabby. When resolving an attack made with this weapon, add 1 to the hit roll. So there you go. Weapon skill 2+ when wielding Barba. Not bad at all. Rune Staff, which is strength +3, so that would be strength 6, -1 AP and D3 damage. No additional gubbins for that one. And then we've got Electro Bane Grenades, a range 6, grenade 1, strength 4, -1, 1 damage. When resolving an attack made with this weapon against a vehicle unit, an unmodified wound roll of 4 to 5 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any other damage, and an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 mortal wounds on the target in addition to any other damage. My goodness. Not too bad in the grenade game there.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. 2 seconds. Sorry, I had like a frog in my throat. I just needed to resolve that. That was making my breathing very heavy all of a sudden. It was like, right. I think I've gotten through that. So, So yeah, Electro-Bane Grenades, range 6, grade 1, straight 4, -1, 1 damage, and when resolving an attack made with this weapon against a vehicle specifically, any unmodified wound roll of 4 to 5 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any other damage. An unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 mortal wounds. So that's quite good. Extra more wounds on vehicles. Happy days.
Yep.
What's the fluffy lore reasons that he's wielding Electro-Bane Grenades? Was that from a book once?
Oh, I mean, I'd assume so. I can't personally remember the Electro-Bane Grenades
Fair enough.
in the story. But yeah, I bet it's in there because everything else is as well.
There you go. There'll be a thing for it somewhere. He is an agent of the Imperium, has the authority of the Inquisition, and is unquestionable in his wisdom, and also has quarry, which will be the Order Xenos form of quarry. We have Malus Condicum. How am I supposed to be saying that, Phil?
Malus Codicium.
Ah, yes, Malus Codicium. Once per battle, at the end of your movement phase, you can use this ability. If you do so, this model loses the unquestionable wisdom ability. Set up a demon host model within 6 of this model and more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Add 2 to the model's strength, toughness, wounds, and attacks characteristics. If this model is destroyed, that demon host model is also destroyed. Feels like a perfectly reasonable opportunity to actually talk about what a demon host is now, given that we've just introduced it. But we will do that after finishing talking about the last bit of it, because I think actually there's an additional bit to this, which is Radical Bond.
Yes, there is.
So this is an aura. Whilst the demon host model that was set up with this model's Malus, what were we saying again? Codicium. Ability within 6 of this model. When resolving an attack made by that model, add 1 to the attack's hit roll and wound roll. Crikey. And when resolving an attack made against that model, add 1 to its invulnerable save characteristic. Crikey. And then no stranger to pain. When this model would lose a wound roll at d6 on a 6, that wound is not lost. And is a psyker who can manifest 2 psychic powers and attempt to deny 2 psychic powers. Crikey. He's alright, this Eisenhorn, isn't he? Not bad.
Yeah, he lacks the 5+ invuln save that pretty much every other Inquisitor has, but he's got a 6-up feel no pain instead. I mean, it's not as great, but
that is true.
I guess it's in keeping with the lore, because obviously he never has a invulnerable save in the stories.
No, fair. Unless he did once, and we're forgetting about it. I'm not very well read when it comes to Eisenhorn. I have to be honest about that. I'm not an Eisenhorn reader.
No, he doesn't. I think it's more he's just used to getting beaten up, or he's got very strong willpower, which normally sees him through.
Well, fair enough. 85 points for an Eisenhorn, by the way. So 5 points less than a Greyfax, and the same as Draxus. So there you go.
Yeah, I assume, and I've always done it where I've paid for the demon host separately.
Oh, yeah.
Because he has effectively a summoning ability, but it's not a summoning ability. So, and they've never, because it's an Inquisitor and because they effectively don't care about it too much, they've never clarified it or FAQ'd it. But I assume with the generic rules is because it's something that doesn't exist. It's not on your roster. But I think you still need to take it in terms of your reserve points. But it's always been a really odd one, because normally, demons get summoned and you have, your summoning points that you sort of set aside. And they've never really there's never been an answer either way as to the best way to do it. Is the 85 points, you said it was?
Yeah.
Does that include the demon host with it, which I think they're about 20 points?
25 points.
25 or something like that.
Yeah.
25, yeah. So I normally just pay the 100-odd points for it.
Yeah.
Assuming that you've then got the demon host. And I've always done that just to be above board when I've taken them to events, in case someone was like, I think you're fine, you can't do that. So I've potentially been paying 20-odd points that I don't need to.
Yeah, but I mean, peace of mind, innit? I think at the end of the day, 20 points isn't going to massively impact things, and even though I would probably argue with the way that this rule is written, that you are fair enough not to pay the points. I think it's just good, good practice to, pay the points just in case, isn't it? Because again, you're not summoning this. This isn't specifically a summoning, and it's not specifically stated. It just basically says once per battle, at the end of your movement phase, you can use this ability. If you do so, the model loses an ability and trades it in for a demon host. So I actually think, because there's a trade here. Now, let's be honest. Unquestionable wisdom is not worth 25 points necessarily. But you are losing an ability.
It's very thematic because the idea is that, your Imperial soldiers will be looking up to your Inquisitor, and then you realise that he's potentially a bit more radical than you maybe first thought, because he's a demon host has suddenly appeared, and you're, oh my.
Yes, indeed. His unquestionable wisdom is not quite so on point anymore, Yeah,
so the Malleus Codicium is his book, which I guess is what he's bound. So it's Cherubiel, which is the named demon host that he has in some of the books that you then summon, basically. And it's to represent the fact that it's a bit more souped up. It's got these extra stats.
I mean,
which does make it pretty good.
Adding 2 to strength and toughness and wounds is all pretty significant. And then obviously the whole when you're within 6 that you're adding 1 to the attacks, hit rolls and wound rolls, and 1 to your set.
And the invuln save as well is quite handy because I think it's a 5-up.
Well, let's find out, Phil. Why don't you tell us the demon host stats?
Oh yeah, so the demon host is an elite choice, as is all the other like acolytes and stuff like that for the Inquisitors. So movement of 6, weapon skill, a ballistic skill of 4+. What was it that was increased? It was your strength and toughness, wasn't it?
Strength, toughness, and wounds.
So strength, toughness, and wounds are all 4, so that becomes 7 across the board.
6
with Eisenhorn's version. Yes, I can't count. No wonder why it was.
Exactly. I mean, this is amazing. Yeah, absolutely. 2 plus 4 equals 7. My God.
Yeah, 3 attacks, and the attacks went up as well, didn't it?
Attacks don't go up, but you get pluses to your hits. So
okay. So yeah, 3 attacks, not a huge amount.
No, and attacks. Sorry, it was
attacks.
Down on another
so
line.
It becomes 5. Yeah, so a regular demon host is okay. His version's much more fun, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
It's only a 7-up save, but they've got the demonic save, which is a 5+ invulnerable save, not, as we should note, a demonic save or demonic invulnerable save, however it's now called. So it's just a generic invulnerable save. It's got 2 weapons, the Unholy Gaze and Warp Grasp. So the Unholy Gaze is a shooting attack. It's a 12-inch assault 1, strength 8, -1 damage when resolving attacks with this weapon. Unmodified wound rolls of 6, change the damage characteristic to a 3 instead. So it's very hit and miss, but it can be very strong. If you can pull it off. And then you got Warp Grasp, which is just a melee weapon, so strength user, so 4 for the default one, 6 for the Cherubiel version. -3 AP though, pretty good, but only 1 damage. So quite good in combat, but not the best either. And then it's got the demonic power, which is really fun and very random. So at the start of your movement phase, roll a d6 for each friendly model with this ability and apply the following results. So on a 1 to 2, you get demonic speed. So until the start of your next turn, you have a movement characteristic of 12 inches and it can fly.
That's pretty hilarious.
So it allows it to whip around. But at the same time, you don't normally want it to go, well, if you're doing the Eisenhorn version, you don't want it to go too far from Eisenhorn because you need the aura buff to keep him souped up. But it can be quite handy. The fact that it can then fly suddenly means it can, deal with some other stuff or move around a bit better. On a 3 to 4, it regains all its lost wounds. That's the reknit host form. So that can be on a lucky turn, very key.
Especially when he's got 6 wounds in his whatever you call it form.
Yes, Cherubiel. Yeah. And then you've got on a 5 to 6 energy torrents. Now, this is quite cool. Roll 1d6 for each enemy model within 3 inches of this model. On a 2+, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds.
Oosh!
So it's just like a mini explosion. And then, yeah, it's got its 5+ invulnerable save. So the energy torrent used to be really fun back in the day before they updated it, because it used to be at the end of your movement phase you rolled rather than the start. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And the idea is, with Eisenhorn's model, you summon the demon host, or it appears, at the end of the movement phase. So basically you can immediately summon it within 3 inches of a bunch of models. And then you roll off on your abilities and you just hope you get the 5 or 6. And then you can do a bunch of mortal wounds to a couple of units around Eisenhorn. But obviously now they've changed it. You can't do it on the first turn you appear, which, is probably more fair, I think. So you just got to wait your turn. But yeah, in and of itself, they're okay. I mean, there could be, it'd be quite fun to run a couple of them, even if they're like the slightly, the generic versions rather than the Eisenhorn versions. But yeah, I've always enjoyed doing the Eisenhorn one.
I mean, personally, I'd struggle to argue that you want to take a few of these. I think realistically, if you take it with Eisenhorn, fine. But I think that's really the only version that's worth doing. I think if you, 25 points for what it is okay, but it is still a character, which
that's true.
In certain matchups is bad, because obviously it's very easy to drop a 5+ invuln toughness 4 wound character, isn't it? I mean, obviously getting shots off on them. I suppose that's the thing. It's like, if you can think of some interesting synergies or interesting opportunities where you can get it up the field, utilize the character profile so as it's not being targeted, and then blow up all over the place, then fine. But again, with a 3-inch explosion, it's not really that terrifying, is it? Especially given the fact that it starts at the beginning of your movement phase. So it's very difficult for you to really
position it correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I think it used to be at the end of the phase. But then at the same time, the whole movement thing of being able to move and fly makes sense that it's at the start of your turn. Oh, actually, this is a thing that's actually not wrong, but so demonic power at the start of your, no, it's until the start of your next turn. Sorry, I thought it said at the start of your next turn you gain your move. So you're like doing a turn ahead, but the effect of the movement and flying is not happening until next turn.
Yeah.
But it's actually until the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, you're right. They're not great,
No.
And they never have been. And to be honest, the Eisenhorn version should almost be the generic stat line for all of them. And then they would be like, they'd
be too
okay,
good then, though.
You
At 25 points.
I don't. Yeah, there's a lot of randomness to it.
Yeah,
so
but
it's
if it was toughness 6,
they've
with
got a
6
strength
wounds,
1 shot.
That's a pretty incredible. That's a pretty strong profile, right? Toughness 6, 6 wounds, and a 5+ invuln. That in itself is very valuable.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of
because toughness 6.
What are those?
Most things are wounding it on 5s.
Yeah, true. What are those Drakari floaty guys called? Are they the Taloses?
Talos, yeah.
Yeah,
They're toughness
you
6,
could. I sort of feel like in terms of power
Right.
level, you want the demon host to be similar to that in terms of durability and like combat.
Maybe not
potential and
Talos.
stuff like that.
More like a grotesque is what you're thinking. The grotesque is the one
because there's 2 versions on.
Well, there's a rack, which is the small one. So racks are the baseline troops. Grotesques are the middly ones, which are like the hulky, brutish, like kind of like Ogrins, I suppose, but Drakari.
Yeah,
and then
ones.
There's Talos and Kronos, which are the bigger of the ones. They're the more dreadnoughty.
It should
ones.
be like them. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Demon Host is meant to be good.
Yeah, but I mean,
thing.
those old minis as well, man. Like they are.
Oh well, yes, that's the thing. The current Demon Host model is like on a 25mm base.
I don't hate them
It's
though.
very
I have to be
piddly.
honest with you. Like I feel like it's a weird one, right? Like obviously it's the same Demon Host minis that we've had since 3rd edition, I guess, or like maybe early 4th edition.
Yes. No, I think it's 3rd, because they're definitely in the 2 codexes that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
The Grey Knights, Witch Hunters and Demon Hunters, right?
Yeah.
They're in there, and they're super. I don't think the Demon Host model is even available anymore. I think briefly it was on a made to order a few months back, but I don't think it's on the website anymore. And I suspect come the next edition, they will go, because it feels like all the fine cast stuff is on the way out anyway. And most of this stuff that we're talking about, like the Acolytes and the Jakaro, are going to be in that same boat. Yeah.
But still, at the end of the day, like, I think Eisenhorn himself is an interesting character. I think the Demon Host, when taken with Eisenhorn, becomes interesting. I think for 85 points, like, I look at Eisenhorn and I think to myself, 85 points, the profile is pretty underwhelming, although, to be honest with you, the weapons are good. Like, Ba is a pretty reasonable, like, weapon. Power sword with +1 to hit and D3 damage. Pretty reasonable. The rune staff is much of a muchness, but, obviously strength 6, it's okay. Electro Bane grenades are pretty cool. But really, the thing about him that, like, I look at and I think, this stuff, okay. Like, even if you just put this guy in an army and you're just doing 2 psychic powers and denying 2 psychic powers, like, that's value right there. Like, 85 points for a guy that can give an aura of leadership 10 and denies and cast 2. It's pretty good.
Yeah. No, that's true. That is actually. I sort of forgot how good a psyker he was. I've had some fun games. So obviously, I have my Inquisitor Greyhorn, which is my Eisenhorn sort of proxy in effect, and I've had some great games with her. I forgot about the utility of the psychic powers, especially when you get 2. Because the generic Inquisitor can do 1. I'm just trying to think which others can do it. Greyfax can do 1 but deny 2.
Correct.
Right? So it's
and what was his name?
Coaches can do 2 as well.
He can do 2, deny 1 though.
Yes.
So Eisenhorn is
and then
2/2.
Draxus can do
1/1.
1 and 1. So he's the best he's the best psyker of the lot, basically.
I think he's the best Inquisitor of the lot. In all seriousness,
I lament the fact that he doesn't have an invuln save, because I think that's the one thing that would give him the durability to stick around a bit longer.
Though, isn't he?
That's true. I think I always tend to not leave them out on their own, but maybe I just need more troops with him to give him that extra defense, because so acolytes can pass off wounds as well, assuming that stayed the same. So acolytes can keep them alive a bit longer as well. So there are other ways to give them a bit of extra durability, and as you say, with character. But the thing is, you want him to sort of, he's got some combat potential, so you want to get him in combat, but then he'll just die in combat, I think, or you won't stick around very long beyond a 1 or 2 turns. Well, probably just 1 turn, to be honest.
I think this is the thing, right? Like, the idea that you could bring him in, you got Smite, Terrify, Dominate, or maybe Mental Interrogation, which is pretty reasonable. Get some command points in there as well. So maybe like Terrify, Mental Interrogation, Smite, you got that 10, Leadership 10, Aura. Like, you chuck that in for 85 points into your guard army. I mean, it's just a great addition. And then if you really need it, like, if you feel like, whatever, like, this isn't working out, I'll bring in a demon host and see what that does for me. I think if you built a strategy around him being in your army, giving off those auras and giving you some psychic, I think that in itself is great. And then just the fact that you can then layer in the whole, and now here's a demon host. Happy days. I genuinely think Eisenhorn's a solid pick. I think for a guard player like yourself, I think he's pretty strong. And even for Imperial Knight players, why not, right? Like, chuck him in. See what, like, it could be interesting, like, to add that in and see what that brings to the table. I'd say for me, it's between Eisenhorn and Cotiez. But Cotiez...
Yeah.
I don't know. Cotiez is pretty decent. I mean, Cotiez is super durable, and that spy network's pretty good. So actually,
yes,
no,
that's true.
I'd obviously forgotten about the spy network. Maybe Cotiez is better.
But before you make your final decision, though, we've actually got one more Inquisitor we can throw into the mix.
Well, we haven't, because he doesn't have official rules.
No, I know, but I like to... Because I don't think we've ever talked about him. It's obviously the Inquisitor Erasmus Carter Volnus, which was the Warhammer...
Which for...
Day? No, the Warhammer Store exclusive one, which has rules in the box.
Yeah, but for most of your gaming purposes, we'll just use generic Inquisitor rules.
Yes, I guess, even though the profile doesn't quite line up, but yeah, you probably could do it that way.
Well, you're going to have to. What doesn't line up?
Well, he's got power armor.
Is it really that noticeable, though? I mean, that model does not look like he's got, like...
well, he looks... Well, yeah, he's got the power pack on the back. But beyond that, he looks mostly like he's in robes, so you could probably get away with it.
Well, you could just say he's repping Greyfax, maybe? Greyfax is in power armor? Go with that.
Yes. Oh, that's probably an option.
Anyway, but tell us about Inquisitor Jobber.
Yes, he's 80 points as well. So his movement is 6 inches. His weapon skill, ballistic skills 3+. His strength and toughness are 3. He's got 5 wounds, 4 attacks, a leadership 9, and a 3+ save. So I think his stat line, other than the save, is pretty generic. He's equipped with a bolt pistol, a force sword, and obviously you can only have one of them. So generic bolt pistol, 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 4, 1 damage. And then he's got a force sword, which is +2, so strength 5, -3 damage, -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time you make an attack with a weapon and it's allocated to a demon model, saving throws, in brackets, of any kind cannot be taken against that attack. So they've ironically, or unironically, foolproofed him against demonic saves before demonic saves were a thing, because this came out a good several months before the Demon Codex came out. But it was meant to last a year, though, wasn't it? And it did come out last year, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was last year, yeah.
So, yes, ironically, I think for some stores, you would have got him after the demon save had changed, because they would have come out after. So weirdly, I think they knew that was the case. Hence why I said saving throws of any kind. Anyway, he's got all the generic rules: authority of Inquisition and Quarry. Although it does say see Warzone Octarius Book 1 Rising Tide. He's got the unquestionable wisdom authority. He's got a refractor field, so he's got a 5+ invuln save. He's got warding sigils. So each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 to the hit rolls, which is pretty nice. He's also got the black iconoclast aura ability. So while friendly Ordo Malleus Acolyte units are within 6 of this model, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the hit rolls, which is a pretty cool buff. He comes with a Warlord trait, Formidable Resolve, see Warzone Book 1, which again doesn't exist anymore, so who knows what that one was. He's a Psyker that can manifest 1 power, deny 2, and he knows Smite plus Ramshackle, so this is an ability baked into his datasheet. So it's a malediction, warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select 1 enemy unit within 18 inches of this psyker. Until your next psychic phase, subtract 1 to the psychic tests made for that enemy unit. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, subtract 1 from the attack's wound rolls. And if the psychic test was 10 or more, you can select an enemy unit within 24 inches of this psyker instead of 18 inches. So overall, I think he's, you can't play him, but he's pretty good if you could play him.
He's up there with the Red
Which
Gobbo.
Is a shame. He's going to waste.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, because the Red Gobbo was very good, but that's like a Christmas Day, that's a thing that no one ever's going to play.
Well, it's the exact same with this guy.
Unfortunately, but I feel like him and the event exclusive stuff like the Primaris Champion, great model, to give us extra rules so we can all play them in the game. Otherwise, it's weird. I went out of my way to get this Inquisitor. I think maybe like Sean bought it on my behalf because
No, you're misremembering. I actually think a listener sorted it out for you.
Oh, God,
and you really shouldn't be mean and forget that because that person did you a big favour. So
no, I know they did, yeah. Because I was like, I don't really want to have to wait until October.
Your loyal listener helped you out, and you can't even remember who it was
because it was a year ago.
Oh yeah.
But thank you very much, that listener. Whose name shall go unmentioned for obvious reasons.
That's why you need to support the show, everyone, because that's the sort of love you can expect.
Where we forget about you as soon as we got what we wanted out of you.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you joke, but that is basically what's just happened.
But yeah, unfortunately, my point being, it's a great model. I really want to build it, but there's a lot less incentive to actually. No, it's still on
They'll build the thing.
Well, is it? I know I've got so the plan was that I would build him for the next RFW when RFW was going to have like an Inquisition thing.
Well, that's in like June, isn't it? So get on it.
Yeah, I'll do it for that one. Maybe.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, great model. Just wish the rules were like properly supported. That is a debate for another day.
I mean, they are supported. You just take generic Inquisitor.
Okay, Dan. Pedantic.
I'm not being pedantic. I'm being actually factual.
True. Well, yes, that's the thing. You can give a generic Inquisitor a Force Sword. He's got the invuln save. You can make it a Psyker. You lose out on the warding sigils and his cool +1 to hit for acolytes, and you lose out on the power armor. Which, as I mentioned earlier, it would be cool if you could customize the armor on Inquisitors and Acolytes, because that would be cool. And then it wouldn't matter, because then you could just be like, yes, this model is WYSIWYG, even though he's generic now.
Wow. There we go.
End of rant.
That was all the Inquisitors there. So essentially, on balance, I reckon KTS probably is there, or generic Inquisitor. Because
unfortunately, I think generic Inquisitor is probably the most useful in an ironically generic way.
I don't know. I think KTS is probably the most. If you're doing,
he's got some good combat potential. I mean, we haven't actually technically done all of them because there's the Forge World one, Inquisitor Rex. And,
he's the best by far, surely.
Jobber. There's
actually
another one, the one that Richard has as well.
Oh yeah, the other Forge World one. But the thing is with Hector Rex is that he, I think, is overpointed now, and by all accounts, I don't think he gets any of these abilities like agent. He gets Agents of the Imperium. Although
he does, he's 100 points.
Yeah, 100 points. Yeah.
He gets Authoritative Inquisition. He gets the Psychic Hood, Quarry, Teleport Strike, Santic Shield, Unquestionable Wisdom. So he does get all the generic wisdom, and he is also. Oh my god, he's a Psyker that can manifest 2 psychic powers and deny 2.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
So he is, and
he's in Terminator armor, so you can deep strike him in and stuff. I've used.
He's got a 2 up save, 6 wounds. 4 attacks. He's got a weapon skill 2+.
He's a monster in combat as well. That sword is silly.
Yes, it's Arias, which is +1 strength. So strength 5 because he's a strength 4 base. -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time you attack a demon unit, a successful wound. If the attack successfully wounds, it suffers 1 more mortal wound in addition to any other damage. And he's got a mastercrafted bolt pistol.
Yeah, which is odd.
That weirdly does. Oh, it's not mastercrafted, masterwork bolt pistol, which is, I believe it's just got an extra -1 AP because it's strength 4 -1 damage.
But that's the thing. 100 points for him. He's still very good. I used him a lot. I have the model. I enjoy fielding him in armies. I have fielded him in a lot of armies over the years. But yeah,
Yeah.
he is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, because the Saint tick shield, so 4 up in Bun save, +1 to your armor save throw as well, because it's like a storm shield.
Yeah.
Then each time you would lose a mortal wound on a 5+, you don't lose it.
It's pretty good. I'm remembering now. Yeah, he's good. But of the ones that are in here,
Yes.
yeah, I don't know, generic or
Courtiers.
I like Courtiers' spy network. I think that's got a lot of power. I think anything that manipulates CP is strong.
Yes. No, I agree.
But to be able to manipulate CP the way he manipulates CP is very specific because, yeah, him.
Yes, it's only a once per game ability, but if you can do it at the right moment, it could really swing the game at a, like, as they like to say, a clutch.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, you're playing against someone and they're having to, like, there's a lot of times where people are down to their last CP and him being able to basically be like, cool, or someone's down to, someone's on 2 CP, even that, the fact that a 1 CP strat is now basically you tapped out is still pretty big, right? Because you might be in a situation where you're really banking on an interrupt for whatever reason. And this guy, like you could be on free CP and be like, oh, I need to store it for the interrupt. And then you might be like, but I need to re-roll this. And then he just goes, cool. And now that costs you 2 and you can't interrupt anymore. It's big. It's big.
That's true.
So,
I just thought I was going to have a quick look at Lord Solomon Locke, who's
Solomon
the
Locke,
other Forge World one. He's a bit cheaper. He's 75.
Oh, okay. He's the cheapest of the named ones.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because he's pretty rubbish.
Oh, okay.
So he's got a base profile. So was it 6-inch move, 3 plus weapon skill, ballistic skill, 3s for strength and toughness, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, 3+ save because again power armor.
Yeah.
And then he's got 2 weapons, blade of surety, so +1 strength, so 4, -3 AP, 2 damage. Okay, I guess. And then he's got Psy bolt pistol. 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 5, -1, 2 damage. And literally that's it. He's got Authority of the Inquisition, Quarry, and Unquestionable Wisdom. But he's got no other special abilities whatsoever. No war gear, nothing.
Fair.
Which is a shame. And so he's sort of, he's got a lot of 2 damage weapons, I guess. But yeah, I guess he's a good plug and play if you really needed to save 5 points. Take him over a generic one.
Well, yeah, you go. So, and because he's in power armor, perfectly good proxy.
He's in power armor. Oh god, yeah. Actually, he's a good proxy for Erasmus.
Yeah. Well,
because
Erasmus
he's got
is a good
cool
proxy
sword.
for Solomon Locke.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, there we go. And Erasmus was 100 points, so you've saved yourself 25 right there.
Look at that. And all you had to do was lose all your abilities.
Yes, all your cool stuff and your cool psychic powers.
Yeah. Oh well. Poo occurs, as they say. Right. The Drakaro Weaponsmith. Let's get that out of the way. So that is a movement 6, weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 4, strength 2, toughness 3, 3 wound, 2 attack, leadership 7, 7+ save, monkey man. So Drakaro Weaponsmith is equipped with the Drakaro weapons. So you can have those in 2 flavors, focus strike or scatter shot. If you are focusing your strike, it is range 24, heavy 1, strength 8, -3, 3 damage. Not bad. And if it's a scatter shot, it's a range of 12, assault 6, not assault D6, just assault 6.
Flat 6.
Strength 4, -1, 1 damage. Again, not bad. It's an agent of the Imperium and has the authority of the Inquisition. It has defensive orbs, which is a 5+ invulnerable save. It has inconceivable customization. At the start of your shooting phase, you can select one friendly order unit within 3 of this model and roll 1d6. Apply the result from the table opposite to the selected unit until the end of the turn. A unit can be affected by more than one source of this ability, e.g. from multiple Drakaro weaponsmiths in the same shooting phase, but duplicate results have no effect. So, 1 to 2, augmented targeting. When resolving an attack made with this model, that unit can re-roll the hit roll. 3 to 4, augmented penetration. When resolving an attack made with this model, the unit can re-roll the wound roll. And 5 to 6, total augmentation. When resolving an attack made by models in that unit, you can reroll hit roll, and you can reroll the wound roll. So there you go. He comes along, pops out, does a little bit of tinkering, and just adds a little bit of extra space to.
Yeah, I think it's really good because basically the reroll for hit rolls and wound rolls is doing what your Ordo ability would do, but against a target that your Ordo ability isn't affected. So if you're taking the one that's like Ordo Minoris because you want to kill characters, then you can use this against anything else. So it makes your tailored acolyte unit, for example, a little bit more generic in terms of getting the buffs on them. Plus, it's also just got some decent shooting. Strength 8, -3, 3 damage. Yes, one shot, but it's like a mini battle cannon. So it's not too bad. I think if in an ideal world, you'd probably take 2, depending on the points, just so you've got a decent bit of shooting with them, and you've got a better chance of buffing your unit to, have reroll hits and wounds.
I mean, at the end of the day,
or you're buffing 2 units.
If you were to take a Vanguard detachment and just have an Inquisitor, 2 of these, and an Acolyte squad, it's not bad. It's all right. I mean, we should probably just talk about the Acolyte squad quickly because it's the last of the Inquisition units that we've not spoken about. So, Phil, do you want to just take us through that quick?
Yeah, so these are from a unit size of 1 to 6. I'm sure it used to be 1 to 10, and then at some point it's obviously gone down, probably because they don't want them to be too good. They're movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4+, strength and toughness 3, 1 wound, 2 attacks, which is the novelty of being a human profile, leadership 7, and a 5+ save. By default, they come with a las pistol and a chainsword, but you can swap any of the your las pistol for any of the pistol weapons, and you can swap out your chainsword for any of the melee weapons or ranged weapons. Now, where was that list? Was it at the bottom?
Yeah.
So melee weapons is power fist, power maul, power sword, thunderhammer. Pistol weapons, bolt pistol, inferno pistol you can't do because that's Inquisitors only. Needle pistol, plasma pistol. Needle pistols are pretty good because they always wound on a 2+. Ranged weapons, you got bolt gun, combi flamer, combi melter, combi plasma. You can't take the contender bolt gun because that's Inquisitors only. You got flamer, hotshot las gun, can't take the incinerator, again Inquisitor only. Melter gun, plasma gun, storm bolter. So you can do lots of variety with those units in terms of how you want to customize them. You could load them out all with storm bolters or pistol weapon. The needle pistols. So that's what I was thinking of. So you could do some like really cool, funny shenanigans. Like you want to tailor them to killing a specific thing, and you can load them out in that way. They do have some abilities. So they've got Agents of the Imperium, Authority of the Inquisition, and Quarry. They've got the agent rule. So if this unit contains 1 acolyte model at the start of the battle, it gains the character keyword. So you can take them in units of just 1, and they gain the character keyword. That's kind of cool. They've also got loyal servant. So when a friendly Ordo Inquisitor unit is within 3 of this model or unit, would lose any of the wounds. As a result of an attack made against this model, the unit can attempt to intercept the attack. So you roll a d6 on a 2+, the model does not lose those wounds, and 1 model from the unit is destroyed. Only 1 attempt can be made to intercept each attack. What's interesting is it specifically says attack. So in theory, if you get shot at with a las cannon that's going to do d6 damage, you allocate it before the damage roll. Because normally when that happens and you're doing the damage step, it becomes mortal wounds. So you can, if you rolled 6 on the damage, that's 6 mortal wounds. So you might lose a bunch of people. So instead you could soak up a big attack, but you're just outright killing the person. Yes, they've only got 1 wound. And they don't really have any mortal wound mitigation anyway. So it doesn't make too much difference. But that is something to be aware of, that you could use it to tank some decent shots, if I'm reading that correctly.
No, I think you are. I think for me, I think the Acolytes are actually a really good unit just to chuck in. Like, for me, it's probably got to be combi melters because I'm unimaginative. But just 6 dudes with combi melters in a impulsor probably would be my vehicle of choice.
Ooh, yeah, because they can jump out and shoot. I guess when you do specific weapons, they can really add up in price quite quickly.
Combi melters 10 points per dude. So I think the total. I think their unit is. In fact, I know it's in front of me here. So the acolytes are 10 points a model. So you take the combi melters that are 20 points a model. So the unit is 620 points.
Yeah.
Which is a lot, to be
That's
fair.
not too bad.
And then obviously throw in the impulsor, call it 200 points for the lot. But what you've got with that is you've got the ability to move the impulsor. What would be funny as well is if it's a Blood Angel impulsor, because then you could put the overcharged engines on it, and then it can move even further. Although I think actually the overcharge engines only affects if it's advancing, so maybe that doesn't work. I think I can't remember the overcharge engine rule, so let's not talk about it. The point is that this unit can move the impulsor movement, which I think is 12. I'm going to say 12, and then get out free.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so move 12, get out free, and then move 6. So basically, you've got a 21-inch move. There's a very good chance that with that you might be able to get a line, or more specifically, closest target on a character. And that'd be pretty big. Because if you've got like basically a unit of 6 dudes with melter guns that can literally go boop boop, pop out, and then just literally just be like, cool, I hear you're dead. That can be a big thing. Yeah,
because I think the thing with it is doing like a squad of all melter guns or like even the combi flamers, right?
Well, you don't need, you can just do flamers as opposed to combi flamers. Flamers are only 5 points each, and that is actually, to be honest with you.
Well, how much is the combi flamer means the flamer's not getting the problem of the -1 to hit, but but it means you can shoot the flamer and the bolt gun, and only the bolt gun suffering the penalty.
But 5 points a model.
What's the price difference?
Well, it's half price for the flamer. The flamer is 5 points less. So that squad only becomes the 6 dudes would become 90 points. Is that right?
Yeah, and that's pretty cool. Like, allow you to just chuck them up the board and just like burn a squad,
or burn a character.
Or burn a character. Yeah, super thematic.
Well, exactly. Well,
die heretic.
6d6 flamer shots with re-rolling wounds if you're auto
against the right thing.
Well, against characters with against auto minimum Minotaurs, thank you. So just run up and just be like, poof, they are. And if you get like, I mean, God, if you get, obviously the max you could have got was 30, but you're not going to get 30. But if you get like 18, 20 wounds off, it's like 20 wounds re-rolling with flamers. I mean, again, against certain Aeldari characters, they're going to hate that. Like against Harlequins, like if all of a sudden it's like, I've got my Harlequin jobber with stuff and things, and it's like, you're minus to hit me, and all this other guff, and you just go, cool, pff, burn. Like, it's just like, oh, great, that worked out.
Yeah. No, it's I like that they can give you a lot of utility that you can't get in, depending on which army you have, in what their army is. So, like, for example, a guard army, you can't just get a squad of lots of melter guns. Like, you maybe could to an extent. Even then, you can't get tons. You can get, like, 2 now.
No, the Scion Command Squad can have 4.
Or maybe, because I remember in the veteran squads, you could have 4, I think, but then obviously they've gone. I think with the Scions, you can get 4 in a 10-man squad. So, you know, yeah, some utility there, but it's not like an Eradicator squad, which is just all melter guns, right?
Yeah.
You've always got like a couple of extra guys taking up some points. And the fact that these guys can potentially get native rerolls to hit and wound, or you combo them with a Jacaro for that ability.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's when you go, okay, I'm taking as many melter guns as I can, take 1, maybe even 2 Jacaros. They're going to go in a transport of my choice. I could stick them in a flyer if I really wanted to, and, you know, have them jump out of a Valkyrie if I really want to put them somewhere, for example. I've always had the Arvus Lighter that I've always wanted to use with a small, like, Inquisitor and Acolyte warband. Because I think the Arvus Lighter can maybe carry, like, 6 models. It's not many. So yeah, perfect size for these guys. I guess if you're trying to do the cheeky combo of Ordo Minoris, you've got to remember that you can't take any of the named Inquisitors because none of them fill that role. So you'd have to take the generic guy. But as we said, the generic guy is pretty good.
To be honest with you, though, if you're just agent of the Imperium into an army, I think that's perfectly fine. Like, I'll be honest, for me at the moment, the one that I consistently come back to is the other squad. Sorry, I've just lost the PDF. There it is, the Voidsmen at Arms. But we'll talk about those momentarily. In fact, I'll talk about them now, and you can then talk about the Rogue Trader. You love a Rogue Trader. I'll talk about the Voidsmen at Arms.
Oh, I do.
Although, actually, we also have the Navy Breaches. Maybe the Navy Breaches are another good option. We'll quickly do Navy Breaches. That's the order of things. I'll just say Navy Breaches. You'll do Rogue Traders, and then we'll finish up with the Men at Arms. So Navy Breaches come as a 10-man unit. One armsman model is equipped with a las volley. One armsman model is equipped with a heavy shotgun and endurance shield, and every other model is equipped with a shotgun. It's got loads of weapon options, right? So auto pistols, boat pistols, shotguns, las volleys, so on and so forth, right? So we won't worry about all of the different weapons. But the other war gear is the endurance shields. So the people wearing these have 5+ invulnerable saves, and they add 1 to their armor saves. I just realized I haven't done their profiles, so let me just quickly do that. So you've got the armsmen, which are movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4, strength and toughness 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. And the sergeant, which is all of those things, but has 2 attacks and a leadership of 7. So yeah, if you put a shield on them, they gain a 5+ invulnerable save and a 3+ armor save. And then there is smoke grenades, which gives them the smoke screen keyword. In terms of war gear options, the sergeant can be replaced with one of the following, or rather the sergeant's shotgun can be replaced with one of the following: auto pistol and chainsword, bolt pistol and power sword. The las volley can be replaced with a melter gun or plasma gun. A shotgun can be replaced with auto pistol and power axe, and or a auto pistol and chain fist. And then there is also one armsman can be equipped with a demolition charge, 1 frag grenade, and 1 smoke grenade. So they're agents of the Imperium. Void armor. Each time attack is allocated a model in this unit, the armor penetration characteristic of that attack is worsened by 1. So they've got
They're Votan.
They got armor of contempt. And then shipborne personnel. If your army is battleforged, this unit cannot be used compulsory selection in your detachment unless the detachment is a Navis Imperialis detachment. Lord only knows what one of those looks like, although I think there is a character in the guard book that is of the Navy, isn't there? Master of the Fleet.
Yes, but Navis Imperialis is also the Rogue Trader.
Yes, sorry.
But she has a fun keyword which does, she's got her own abilities which they still haven't fixed. So you can't technically do it, but we get to that when we talk about her. Likewise, again, we pointed this out last time we went through these. They gained the smoke screen keyword because of smoke grenades, but there is literally nowhere where you can use a stratagem for that smoke screen keyword. Because even if you were to say, I'm going to use the Astra Militarum Codex, I'm pretty sure that says Astra Militarum infantry unit with smokescreen. It's just not a generic smokescreen that could apply to anyone in your army, such as these guys. So it's interesting that I don't want to say they've been lazy. I don't want to say that they haven't done their due care or diligence, but they clearly didn't revise these data sheets when they updated these. They were like, let's just gather them all together and put them all in one place. And they went out of their way to obviously update the assassins. People in the Facebook comments and the YouTubes, and I presume emailed them as well, have informed them of these errors, but they still haven't fixed them. I believe it's the officer of the fleets, which may also have that keyword. He is Oh no, he's Officer of the Fleet Attaché, which is the new one. Infantry Militarum Auxilia. He's Astra Militarum and Imperium. I think he used to have the Navis Imperialis keyword. I could be wrong on that. Or maybe he had something like Imperial Navy, but he doesn't have it anymore.
Well,
which is interesting.
Whatever the case. Points-wise, I don't actually know how many points these things are. I don't know where you'd find that, because they're not necessarily Inquisition. So I don't know where those...
It should be... Is there not a rogue trader section? Because it'd be in there.
Maybe. Hang on, let me figure that out. Rogue... No.
They've certainly got a lot of utility and options. They're pretty durable. They've got a much better save than the average guy.
Oh, here we are.
I guess they're Scion-esque.
They're in the miscellaneous section, so they are...
Oh, but we don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, they have a unit cost of 110 points, and the upgrade. So if you upgraded all the stuff, it seems like they'd run you like 120. So I don't know. They're just not jumping off the page at me at the moment. I'm not in love with this unit.
I mean, the shotguns, which is their generic weapon, right, is... sorry, the shotgun. I was just double checking. Strength 8, 18-inch range, assault 2, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage. If it was -1 AP, you could be like, oh, they're not too bad. Their range is okay, but even Scions have longer range now.
Yeah, no.
Scions have better guns. Scions have equally good durability. I think they've got some interesting options in terms of demolition charge, the chain fist, the shield, and the las volley is pretty interesting. They're cool thematic wise, but I think everyone knows how good Kazakins are, and I still think Scions are pretty good. So you'd be hard stretched to want to swap those for these guys. But in a boarding actions game, thematically they fit perfectly. They're cool. They're not terrible. So, why not play some games with them?
Fair. So, tell us about the road traders, mate. Cartographica Rogue Trader, which is the only one you can get now. There used to be 3 versions in the previous Warzone books. So you get one Cartographica Rogue Trader. You can have optionally a Death Korps Executioner of one Lectromeister, and one Rejuvenate Adept. You don't have to take those, but you do have to take the Rogue Trader. She has a 6-inch range of movement. 3+ weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength and toughness of 3, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, 4+ save. The Death Korps Executioner has a 6-inch move. They've all got 6-inch move. She's got a 2+ weapon skill, 4+ ballistic skill, strength and toughness 3, 2 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 7, 5+ save. And then the others, Lectromeister has weapon skill 4+, ballistic skill 3, strength toughness 3, 2 wounds, 1 attack, leadership 7 and 5+ save. And then the Rejuvenate Adept has a weapon skill 4+, ballistic skill 4+, strength toughness 3, 2 wounds, 1 attack, leadership 7 and 5+ save. The Rogue Trader is equipped with Household Pistol and Monomolecular Cane Rapier. So the Cane Rapier is strength +1, so that's 4, -2, 1 damage. Each time the bear fights, you make 3 additional attacks with this weapon. Household Pistol, 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 5, -3 AP and 2 damage. So that's kind of cool. The Death Cult Assassin's equipped with the Death Mask and Cult Power Blade. So Death Mask is, again, pistol, strength 2, -2, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made, excluding vehicles and Titanic units, it wounds on a 2+. And the Power Blade is strength +1, so again, strength 4, -3 AP, 1 damage, no special rules. The Lectromeister has a Voltaic Pistol, pistol 1, 12-inch range, strength 5, no AP, 2 damage.
Unmodified hit rolls of a 6, though, scored 2 additional hits. So again, okay. And then the Rejuvenate Adept just has a generic las pistol. They've got a bunch of abilities, depending on which ones you've got. So the Captain on Deck. So in your command phase, select one friendly Navis Imperialis core unit within 9 inches of your Rogue Trader model, specifically, not the unit. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you add 1 to the hit roll. I'm going to assume that both the what they're called Voidsmen at Arms, are core, as are the Navy Breaches. You've also got the Field Generators and Uncanny Reflexes. So this is the Rogue Trader has a 4+ invulnerable save. All the other models have a 5+ invulnerable save. There's a Healing Serum. So if you've got a Rejuvenate Adept, each time a model in this unit would lose a wound, roll a d6 on a 5+, the wound is not lost. So 5 up, feel no pain. You've then got the Motive Force Evocation. So while this unit includes an Electro Maester model, each time a model would make an attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6, improve the AP characteristic of that attack by 1. Again, that's not too shabby. And then Master and Commander. So this is the dumb rule that doesn't work. If your army is battle forged, you can include a maximum of 1 Cartographica Rogue Trader model in each detachment in your army, but this model cannot be taken as a compulsory battlefield role slot. So if you did want to take the Navy Imperialis detachment as per the Navy Breaches rules, that basically says you can't take it if it's battle forged, but you can if it's in a Navy Imperialis detachment. So, but the Navy Imperialis detachment effectively can't ever have an HQ, because the one model that can take it as an HQ is the Rogue Trader, but it specifically has a rule that says you can't, because it's forgotten the stipulation to exclude that Master and Commander rule from the Navis Imperialis detachment, which is dumb. And this is, again, a copy and paste from the last version, which they haven't fixed. I don't know.
I'll say it again, though, as well, right? In addition to all of that, super disappointing that the other 2 Rogue Traders are now gone.
Yeah, it's because they don't sell those models anymore, whereas this one you can still get.
Yeah, fair enough.
They re-released these guys. But yeah, so there were 2 other versions, one of which was from
Blackstone Fortress.
Blackstone Fortress Warhammer Quest,
the
and then the other one was from Combat Arena.
Yes.
Combat Arena.
Yeah.
Which was a very cool model, where she was had a peg leg and pistols being reloaded by servo skulls. That's a really cool model, which I took me ages, but I tracked it down. So again, one day I'm going to build all my Rogue Traders.
You should,
because they are very good. And plus, I have one of the Rogue Traders from you, in fact, Dan. Thank you very much.
Quite right, you have this one,
which is this one exactly. So
back when it was rare, Phil.
Actually use. And worth 80 quid, and now it's devalued back down to its, I don't know, like 20 quid price or whatever it is.
Let the record state that I gave it to you when it was worth 80 quid.
You did. I appreciate that very much. I just can't run it as a generic. Here's the thing. Technically, rules as written, no, you can't. Would anyone in their right mind try and do that competitively at an event where it would matter? No. Someone might, but probably not. Do you have to enforce that rule between you and your friends when you're playing thematic games of, boarding actions, or even just generic 40k? No, of course not. So me complaining about this is a bit pointless, because you can just do what you want when it's between you and your friends. I
do like this as a quirky unit of 4 dudes that you can chuck on the board, though. Like, that's cool. In any army, just to be chuck them in.
Yeah, I like the fact that you can add it in generically, but I also like the fact that you get your Rogue Trader, but then you get these bolt-on characters that you can also add on. They're effectively just giving you extra abilities. They've got, stat lines as well, and they can shoot and stuff, so that could be quite cool. They're obviously all characters, so that one squad could score you a ton of points.
That is true. That is a
doing
negative.
Secondaries. So competitively wise, maybe you wouldn't want to take them if you are doing GT mission packs, which involve secondaries and stuff. If not, just do what you want. Yeah, interestingly, they've also got the concussion grenades keyword.
Well, that's useful.
But again,
sure.
that's a keyword that I don't even know in. I'm trying to think what codex even has concussion grenades as obviously an ability. So obviously it's been clearly written for something, but that has just never manifested. You know,
go back and look
like
at the Warzone book that was taken from. I imagine.
Yes, possibly. Just trying to think. I don't know if there was. There might have been a few strategies.
There were. I'm pretty sure that the concussion grenade strat was in that Warzone book for this.
Would make sense, and likewise, potentially maybe the breaches would have been in there, and they would have had the smoke screen stratagem as well. But I think the Rogue Traders actually came out way before, so they wouldn't have been in there. But do you know what? That I wouldn't be surprised if the Navy breaches was meant to come out in Kill Team before the Warzone book. And therefore, they would have been in that Warzone book, and therefore the stratagem for the smoke screen would have been in there, and it would have all made sense. But they got cut, and just it doesn't quite work out as neatly as it should do or could do. But yeah, so they could tidy that up a little bit in terms of there's stuff in there that if you didn't know about these historical things, you would read it going, well, where's these concussion grenades? Where are they coming from? How do I use them? Same with the smoke screen.
Yeah.
And things like that. So a little frustrating. Yeah, because even the Voidsman arms, they've all got concussion grenades as well. So I think you're right. It would have been a Warzone thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems all right. Do you want to go through the Voidsman arms, or do you want to talk about the pros and cons of Rogue Trader some more?
No, I think we pretty much. I think the Rogue Trader is just in a bad spot. It doesn't really make sense adding it to. It doesn't do enough of anything to add it to a competitive list, and I mean, obviously the character downside is too massive, and it's a bit broken in other ways. So yeah, that needs some work, needs some attention. That one. Voidsman at Arms, though, right? I like them. I think for me, I've always been looking for a unit that I can add to an Imperial Knight army. Right? I'm always like, what kind of unit can I add that just gives me a little bit more of a footprint? And these guys are great because they go into a Imperial Knight army, easy peasy, and they're a good amount of bodies. I mean, 10 bodies. Not bad. I mean, admittedly, one of them's a dog.
Yes.
But,
yes, also 10, well, they're 5 by default, and I believe the sprue comes with 5 of them, so you'd have to buy it twice.
Well,
if you want
the way I'm looking at it is I look at the Voidsman Arms as the vehicle for basically adding in like tech adapts and like, like the serfs, the things that are running around the feet of the Imperial Knights, Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Because, Imperial Knights don't just rock up and just run around on their own. They usually...
Okay, so you're saying you wouldn't be thematically running them as Voidsmen at Arms. No. These would be Imperial Serfs or the, Adeptus Mechanicus-esque, depending on which household you're going for. The feudal world dregs of society, or the men maybe and women that are cleaning... the toes or the feet of the knights, and yes. Oh god, I'm trying to think, because there is a Forge World unit which is effectively the it's like the Titan mana pool. It's like the infantry that goes
normally
alongside
that's just the
the
Skitarii,
Titans.
isn't it?
No, there's a specific. Hold on, I'm going to talk. There's a specific unit which is those people which hang at the feet of the Titans to protect them from being effectively boarded, I believe.
There you go.
And that is
that's what these would be.
Yes, the knight version,
to me,
I guess. Yeah,
because
that's a good easy way of bolting them in and sort of proxying them as such, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So look, I mean, the Voidsmen themselves, movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4, strength and toughness 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6, which is terrible, And a 4+ save, which isn't too bad. The Master is 2 attacks, leadership 7, everything else is the same. And the Dog is movement 8, weapon skill 3+, strength 4, toughness 3, 1 wound, 3 attacks, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. They're all armed with las pistols. For every 5 models, 1 Voidsman model can be equipped with a las pistol and a rotor cannon. Every other Voidsman is equipped with a las gun / las pistol, and the Voidsmaster is equipped with an artificer shotgun and las pistol. So the shotgun is range 18, assault 2, strength 4, 2 damage, no AP. Las guns are las guns, las pistols are las pistols, and the Voidsman rotor cannon is range 24, heavy 4, strength 6, -1 damage, which is all pretty reasonable. They are agents of the Imperium, and they are masters of close confine. So each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 12, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit, which is fine. They are 80 points for 10 bodies that I can slap into an Imperial Knight army if I want to. And that's the thing I kind of like about them. I think, to me, it's just kind of interesting to be able to just add them in and sort of have those guys in the list, as it were.
Yes, because I guess your other option would be to do a separate detachment. Can you actually do that in match play now? Like the old, add mech infantry or Imperial Guard infantry alongside knights. So obviously taking multiple detachments to be able to do that.
Yeah, so you can add in just a patrol as well, which would obviously achieve the same goal. I suppose it depends on... yeah, it's true, actually, to be fair. You could just add a Scutari regiment to it now. I'm not even thinking straight anymore. I was thinking back to when it was difficult to do these things. But no, you are right. There are other ways that you can...
Yeah, if you, for example, just wanted to do an Arcs of Omen detachment... And because I think with Arcs of Omen detachment, and I don't know because we've still yet to get those books, you can take an extra patrol as well, right? It's not just your one detachment. But if you were only able to, for whatever reason, to only be able to take one detachment, this is an easier way of just bolting on an extra one. Obviously saves you some CP as well. You also don't need to take a kind of HQ slot with them either, because you could just, with your Agents of the Imperium, just take one of them. So that is possible, right? You could do it that way. I was going to say, so it's the Secutari Titan Guard, which is what you can get from Forge World. And they are the protectors and honor guard of the Titan Legions. There's 2 types that you can take. There's the Hoplites, which are the shields and spears, and then there's the Secutari Peltas, which have the guns, basically. So, that's what you'd sort of be replicating, but for the knights.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Well, so what I'm reading here, just so as you're aware, because I've just pulled up the Arcs of Omen Battle Brothers. If your Arcs of Omen detachment is Imperium, you can include one of the following as an allied detachment. 1, Agents of the Imperium Auxiliary Support or Patrol Detachment, which is interesting, because obviously that is... So that would allow you to take more, basically. Theoretically, yeah. So, I mean, again, I'd have to check the FAQs to make sure that this new data slate hasn't undone this. But yeah, so maybe you could take more. Or you can take 1 Imperial Knight Super Heavy Auxiliary Detachment containing 1 Freeblade unit or 1 Votan Patrol. Like, that is it for the Imperium. So you can't add Guard or Marines or Custodes.
Right, yeah. So actually, right? This would be the way to now do it. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah,
so essentially, if you wanted to add a infantry unit into an Imperial Knight army, then it's Agents of the Imperium all the way. But you could have done it already with the Patrol Detachment. But the problem is with the Patrol Detachment is all of the things that are infantry can't fulfill the the minimum of, they can't fulfill the necessary slot, which is just stupid. So there's nothing that can go in a patrol detachment because...
So is the keyword agent... Yeah. So, here's something interesting then. You could take your Voidsman at Arms, use the Agents of the Imperium faction keyword, and be led by an Inquisitor. Rather than a rogue trader. Because you technically can't have the rogue trader, weirdly, because of its weird master and commander rule, which is thematic, but in a different way. So the rogue trader leading your Voidsman at Arms or Navy breaches, very thematic just on itself. But you could have these guys representing the elites, like Inquisition kill teams that your Inquisitor's leading.
Or, moreover, you could just use the Agents of the Imperium to put the, what are they called now?
Unit in.
The agents, what are they called? The
Assassins.
No, not the Assassins, Phil. Where are they now? The Acolytes, that's the word I couldn't find.
Oh, okay, just the Acolytes, yeah.
So you could use Agents of the Imperium to add the Acolytes, and then you could add your Agents of the Imperium allied detachment to add the Inquisitor. And then push.
Yes.
There you go. So you can have your Inquisitor and your Acolytes in an army. So there you go. So you could do both. And then you could have like the whole thing where you can bring them down, do that ridiculously expensive, warp charge 7, ignore lookouts psychic power, and then just be like, ha, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
And then put them in a drop pod.
Well, yeah, because if you're taking a... So when it says you can take an Agents of the Imperium, is that in a patrol?
No, it's in a patrol or an auxiliary, and the auxiliary.
So the auxiliary would just be one. Okay, right.
Yeah, one HQ basically. Yeah. Or even if it wouldn't facilitate. So even if the auxiliary wouldn't facilitate HQ for some reason, but I think it does. But if it doesn't, take the auxiliary as the elite unit of acolytes, and then take the Agent of the Imperium as the ability
to add into your Ox of Omen detachment. Yeah, so that way you could have your Inquisition detachment or your Rogue Trader detachment with character and breaches or whatever, and then you can still add in a Rogue Trader or an Assassin or an Inquisitor via the Agents of the Imperium. So it does allow you to get more Agents of the Imperium into an army than you could previously, which is nice.
Well, yeah, it just means that you can potentially actually have a bit more representation of the forces of the Inquisition in your army, and it's legit, right? So you can be like, here's an Acolyte squad. And again, you don't just need to be going 6 Acolytes with combi melters in a drop pod with a guy that turns off lookout, sir, right? Obviously, that is a very particular build with a very particular purpose, for a very particular purpose. But the fact is what's nice about that, and what I would probably encourage more than just looking at it from the competitive lens, is actually you could do some really nice, fun, thematic units now. You can add a really cool inquisitorial warband to your army.
Because I used to run. I had some Sisters of Silence with the shields. Sorry, not shields. With the swords, I'd added on a Terminator like mini shields, like the force shields, onto them to represent Crusaders, and they would be bodyguard for my Inquisitor. But obviously, Crusaders don't exist in the Astrum Time Codex anymore. But I could take them as acolytes. I could give them all swords. They obviously wouldn't have the right power armor, and they wouldn't have the the invuln save or anything like that. But they would still be represented sort of equipment wise, weapon wise. And they've still got the ability to act as bodyguards because they've got that acolyte rule. So I do like, sometimes in my one, I've got a couple of acolytes and I would just have 2 of them, I guess now. So they would be, even when they're characters, you can still use it. So just have 1 or 2 hanging out with your Inquisitor just for the ability to pass off the wounds and keep your Inquisitor alive a bit longer. And then you can give them whatever you want. So I've got one guy, he's got a Stormbolter, and then I've got my little pets. I made a little servo pet. So he's, it was the Grinks, from the Aeldari character, Yvrain. I gave him a sort of servo skull head and a little chain sword on the tail, And then the servo skull head, because it was one of the Forge World ones, has got a little bolt pistol built into it. So it's like, it's equipped with a bolt pistol and a chainsword. And it just follows her around. And then when she gets shot by something, I just kill off the pet instead. And they've leapt in the way and sacrificed themselves for the greater good. As I say, you don't need to do, spamming your one weapon type. You can come up with some really cool flavoursome things, and I think that's the best thing about the Inquisition is that you can do that. Embrace the fun. Don't try and look at it from a meta point of view or competitive point of view, because that's kind of pointless. But you can come up with some fun combos for sure.
I mean, one of the things I will say is that the opportunities for Inquisition warbands and the cool kind of units you can create for them now has been drastically impacted by the advent of 3D printing, right? Like, there's just so much potential out there now in terms of like expressing those ideas. Because there's just so many like incredible Inquisition themed.
Yeah, well, there's also like so many cool characters within the Necromunda range now. Like you've got all these like highborn nobles. You got the guy with like the big powdered wig. There's a cool lady in like a purple dress with a big powdered wig as well. Like you got all these cool kind of characters from there that would fit right into an Inquisitor. Even the new Caradron Overlord model that they've revealed, which has got the guy with all the books, could be potentially a kind of cool Xenos acolyte as an actual kind of serf character with his books. Maybe do a head swap or something, I don't know. But he kind of worked pretty much as is. You could add in a few bits to 40k him up. But I don't think you need to do too much with that one.
No, fair. The point is that, I think an Inquisitorial warband should be on the shelf of any good Imperium themed army, Let's bring this conversation round and basically say in conclusion that we need to make Inquisition cool again, and encourage all of you listening to, add an Inquisitorial warband to your Imperium collections, and every now and again, just break it out. Just go, there you go.
Oh, yeah, great for storytelling. A really fun hobby project. Like you can go really creative, you can go pretty wild, and still be within the remit of the rules by being WYSIWYG. It is one of the few times where you can kind of express yourself madly without the kind of, you can only have what's in the box restrictions of current Games Workshop. So it's fun, and it's because especially with things like the Inquisitor, the Rogue Trader, and all the acolytes can all be customized and be different, and you can make each individual acolyte a completely different model. Like we said at the beginning, you can have one as a Crusader, you could have one as a Serf, one as a Psyker, even if it's not a Psyker in the rules. But you could, if you wanted to go back to that 3rd edition books as a reference, there's loads of great stuff you could do. And it's a great excuse to just paint up a model in a different painting style or different colour scheme than what you're usually painting. If you're bored of painting Imperial fists, you can suddenly paint up a, really cool red Rogue Trader or a, grim dark beige robed Serf or something, and just breaks up the monotony of those that army project you're working on.
I mean, I have to be honest, going through this Necromunda range at the moment, it is a beautiful thing to think like, I could add that and bring that guy in. Like, there is just some utterly stunning miniatures in this range. So,
it's insane. Play. Yeah, there's several that I've always eyed up that I've gone, I've got to buy this at some point, and I've so far resisted. But there's definitely a few that I want to do. There's a couple of Age of Sigmar models that I want to do from the Vampire range, because they will look very good as Inquisitors. One of them's like, she's holding up, I think she can swap her hand to do two things, but one of them's like a mask, like a masked ball type thing that she's got, and she's holding that up, and she'd be a fantastic mini for her. But yeah, basically the hired gun section of Necromunda is pretty much wall-to-wall acolytes with zero conversion whatsoever, or even some of them are like Inquisitors. like Lady Credo or the military attaché guy. Perfect.
Oh my god, yeah, he's incredible, isn't he?
Inquisitors or rogue traders even. Yeah, like so many of them just, bloody awesome.
Yeah, because the military attaché fella, like, yeah, and I mean, no, absolutely.
Two for the price of one as well, because you get two models for that. One of them could be a rogue trader or an inquisitor, and one of them's definitely like an acolyte as well.
Yeah, 100%. No, it's incredible. So there you go. Somehow, Phil, we've just talked for 3+ hours about a single rules update. So there you go.
Yes, a single rules update that we've probably already covered in at least 2 different episodes already. So
there you go. We love the Inquisition here. That's what we're trying to get across to you.
Yeah, for sure. If that's not a good pitch to go off and buy them and start making your own, nothing will change your mind.
No, exactly. If you've listened to us be all excited and talk about Inquisition models being added to armies for as long as we have, then fair play to you. But there you go. This is what happens when Games Workshop lets down and don't manage their stock efficiently and we can't buy new codexes. You know, this is what happens.
Exactly. We go rogue.
Exactly.
Go right. Rogue trader.
I was going to go there, but I thought, you know what?
Too obvious.
Yeah. Transitional noise. And that's it, everyone. The end of the show. Been a disappointing couple of weeks, really, Phil. We didn't get the World Eater Codex. I've had COVID. It's been rubbish. That's why my breathing's still rubbish up to this point. It's, poo. You can hear me, hopefully, not too badly during the pod, but I've been breathing like hell today.
Oh dear, that's not good at all.
No. But what is up with Games Workshop at the moment? I hear they've mucked up their warehouse or something. They were saying they've added in like some AI automation, and it's all gone to hell. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't.
Are you not aware?
No, there's definitely some kind of stock issues. I assumed in terms of things like, Soul Shackle, luckily, I managed to get hold of a copy. Basically, I had to go to my local Games Workshop store and queue up about 15 minutes before the store opened. I'd gone in the day before to ask them if they had copies. They said they had one. I queued up early. I was the first one there, very luckily. And then another guy joined me also after, but he was convinced there was 2 copies. And luckily there was actually. So we both got our copies of Soul Shackle. Obviously you and me are splitting it. So you get Mudrakari, I'm getting the RBTs, and we're going to share the terrain as we now have a complete set of boarding actions terrain. But yes, as you've mentioned, we don't have the rules yet to play it because we're missing Arcs of Omen and Abaddon. But yes, so that's been really hard to buy box, basically. The World Eaters Codex sold out really quickly. I assumed it was like a stock issue where they just didn't think it would be super popular and not many people would buy it. Same with Arcs of Omen and Abaddon. I thought they were like, we put it out and we've only manufactured so many. If there's another reason for it, that would be really interesting. To hear. So what do you know about the...
Well, so as I understand it, Games Workshop over the course of the last year or maybe half a year have been trialling basically more automation in their warehouse system. So you obviously understand how like Amazon is like revolutionized warehouses because they have all of this like robots that move everything around. Yeah, pickers that are linked with like robots and all this other stuff. And by all accounts, Games Workshop was trialing the same systems. Maybe not the same, but like a version of. And apparently a portion of their warehouse had been running these systems for a time. But this year, they basically just pulled the plug on, they basically pushed the button on full automation, which is why everything's gone wrong and why no one has any stock and nothing is going out to the shops.
Oh, interesting.
Because I've spoken to a lot. So here's the thing, right? So Beachhead, I was going to Beachhead to support Beachhead, which is pretty much, I think, where I got COVID from, whether it was Beachhead or the subsequent going out, whatever the case. But the point is that like at Beachhead, the team there had ordered lots of new stock of all the new stuff. So Agron, World Eaters, blah, 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 blah. Big trade show. They wanted to have the new stuff in. But yeah, Games Workshop delivered none of it. And this was very common. You would have seen like social media posts from other, friendly neighborhood hobby stores that all were saying the same, like, we have no stock. And I was like, oh, that's a bummer. And then I went to like various Games Workshop stores to try and get it. So I think since World Eaters came out, I went to Beachhead in Bournemouth. I then went to the Bournemouth Games Workshop while I was there. They didn't have it. I've been to Tottenham Court Road. I've been to Salisbury. Where else have I been? I've been to a few of them, a bunch of different ones, and like none of them have it. And they're all just like, oh yeah, no, stock's all gone. We haven't had a delivery for weeks. And it's like, I was talking to one dude in the Games Workshop and they were like, oh yeah, I haven't had my delivery and going into Saturday and all I've got is like a few of the old Gloomspike Git releases and otherwise I'm basically empty in terms of like new stuff. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it just seems like they've mucked up their stock system. So
that's interesting. So either the stock exists and it's like in a warehouse somewhere and they just haven't been able to ship it out in time.
That seems to be the situation,
if that was the case, you'd have thought by now some of those releases would have been restocked unless there's like a massive issue and they can't physically ship it for some reason, which maybe is the case. Who knows? Like, that's interesting. Yeah. I feel like with some of the books, at least with like Abaddon, the Ox of Omen book, like that is being reprinted because the expected date from, or at least the next best estimate from Element was March. So, there's a good few months for it to, even the lead time for that seems pretty quick if it does come then. I suspect that's just the next best guess that they've been given from Games Workshop, and then it might be a bit later because normally the lead time for books is months and months, like 6 months or something between it. It's got to get printed in China, then it's got to come to the UK or get distributed around the world. So who knows how long that will take. If we get it next month, that'd be great. I really don't want it to be we get it literally just before a new edition of the game drops and then everyone forgets about it, which would be really terrible, but it could happen.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? I mean, I think obviously we had a really weird situation from 8th to 9th edition, didn't we? Because obviously COVID created a weird situation where some of the Psychic Awakening books got like halted in their releases. So like War of the Beast got released like to the influencers. So like they got it. But then it never went out on general release until like 3 months later or whatever it was. So it's quite different from that situation, but not too dissimilar, I guess.
Well, there has been times where that's happened before. I think it was specifically to do with the Lumineth Realm Lords in Age of Sigmar. They were meant to have a release. The shipping got mucked up. I think that was from the... I want to say Green Square, but it wasn't. It was, the big shipping tanker. Yeah. Evergreen shipping tanker got so I think it was to do with that.
Oh, yeah.
The in-store displays had all automatically been updated to say new stock today in the Games Workshop stores, and a photo of that had gone around social media. And then I think Games Workshop had to say, oh, yeah, it was meant to come, but there was supply issues, so that's why it's not come out yet, and it's going to be delayed, 6 months or whatever it ended up being. So there has been since sort of just before 9th edition, like the whole COVID thing, things like the Evergreen, there's been a lot of things, and I presume that the majority of them are outside of Games Workshop control, where they just can't deliver their stock in time to the customers or the right number, or there's some issues around fulfillment or over-promising to independent stores and not delivering to them at the very least, or just not having enough stock, because it's a popular release and they've only made X amount. Because a lot of their model seems to be sort of FOMO style or one and dones. It's like Soul Shackle was never going to be re-released as Soul Shackle. It's never designed or built to last for a year, which is sort of something we talked about in the last episode where we were talking about pros and cons of Games Workshop, right? It's like, it used to be a box game would come out and it would be on general release pretty much forever, or for, a good 10 years or however long it would be. There was very few games, with the exception of specialist games, that were released and be like, yeah, that's it. You won't ever see it again. Whereas now it feels like the vast majority of boxes are these one-offs. Then you've got to wait a little bit longer for it to be out on general release. So like the Kazakin, super popular in Kill Team, they're finally out on their regular release. I think they're pretty much sold out now in most places, although I did see one down in my local Games Workshop store when I was picking up Soul Shackle, and I was almost tempted to get it, but I was like, I don't need it. But yeah, I think they're already, again, going on crazy money on eBay. You had the latest Siege of Terror book, a similar sort of situation, and that happens every time with Siege of Terror books, like the special limited edition hardback ones. I think there was issues with the website because they're so popular, like the website crashes or people put it in their basket, and then by the time they go to checkout, it's already sold out, right? And then on eBay, they're already being sold for like £300 per book, and they're just being scalped, which is pretty awful. And that sort of stuff happens quite a lot because of the FOMO one and done style releases of Games Workshop, but it's very profitable sort of business practice for them because it means they don't need to worry about having excess stock being returned to them from like retailers because it hasn't sold, because everything sells out. And that's, good for them, but not good for the customers.
No, indeed. I think there was also some speculation from the community concerning these apparent stock shortages and essentially asserting that this was a ploy by Games Workshop to drive people to their own, storefront.
Well, they do that anyway via the web store exclusive stuff.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
It feels like more and more stuff is becoming web store exclusive. It felt like originally it was a lot of the old ranges, like it was all the metal fine cast stuff, and most of the plastic stuff was always available on like Element or other third-party retailers. And it feels like a lot more of the generic stuff is going web store exclusive. You can still buy it through Element Games or wherever. We just say Element Games because that's one we use quite a bit. But you can still buy it through them, but you don't get any discount when you buy it from them, so your benefit is combining shipping. I still find it mad. Is someone like Wayland Games, right, or Firestorm Games does Primarchs, like they do legitimate Forge World that they sort of resell, which was never a thing before. It was never available anywhere else, and the fact that they do it still, I'm just constantly going, is this real? Like, are they actual? Like, it's legit, it's not recast or anything, but apparently it's all above board.
Fair enough.
Quite mind-blowing. I mean, maybe it isn't, but it feels, the way they advertise it implies that it very much is. And because they're an actual independent stockist, you would assume that really would be the case.
Yeah, you would assume so. I mean, again, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm not entirely sure which retailer it is and how those particulars work. But yeah, look, I mean, it's been rubbish for us, right? Because this is actually like the second episode where we've had to not scrape the barrel, but like have to be like, oh, what are we actually going to talk about? How are we going to make this work? Because again, a lot of and maybe this is on us for the nature of the content we create, right? Because we've become quite a kind of
because
newsy...
we have, I don't want to say social lives. We're sometimes quite busy on a Saturday morning, and then we're like, oh my god, I was meant to pre-order this book. I think honestly, you don't think a codex, a generic release codex, it's not a limited edition, it's not tied to an army box. You don't expect it to sell out straight away and not be available again. And that to me was a surprise. And maybe that's on us. Maybe that's just a new trend in Games Workshop that we hadn't quite cottoned on, that, oh my God, we do need to be above, we need to be on this. Like Soul Shackle, I completely messed up and I should have planned that one because that was always going to sell out quick. And I just completely forgot about it till later in the day, and then it was a bit of a scramble to see if I could find it anywhere. It sold out everywhere else online already for the pre-orders, but yeah, luckily got one in store. So good old Games Workshop for that. But yeah, a bit of a shame, and it does mean we've had to work out what we're going to do, because it was interesting. It was going to be the last hurrah of the codexes for 9th edition.
Our last codex
so it'd be nice to finally tick that box and be like, brilliance. And then who knows what we would have talked about for the next, 4 months.
We're going to move into 10th edition speculation. That's how it works, isn't it?
The rumour mill.
Not the rumour mill so much. I don't think we necessarily need to get involved in that. It would have been
fun. Well, it will be fun to speculate what they're going to do with the game, what they're going to do with armies, that sort of thing. So we'll get to that in due time, I think. And it would also have been fun to review all the Arcs of Omen books as they come out. There's generally great content for Arcs of Omen. And when I say Arcs of Omen, I mean Boarding Actions, not the Arcs of Omen GT pack, if that's confusing anyone, in White Dwarf. And I've sort of been a bit on a downer with White Dwarf lately, because last year I didn't feel like it gave that great value for money. I was going to cancel my subscription, and then Games Workshop auto-renewed it without ever contacting me via email to let me know my subscription was going to be renewed.
Classic
give me an opportunity
G-dubs.
to unsubscribe. Was on them. I don't want to say that's illegal, but it was a very poor practice that they did that. It wasn't in my spam or anything else I checked. Normally with subscriptions, you get a complimentary letter letting you know that you've got a week's window to unsubscribe before you're going to be auto resubscribed or what have you.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. However, since then, the last few issues of White Dwarf have been pretty damn good, and especially from the Arcs of Omen content, you get they're doing their own kind of campaign system. So out of the presumed 5 books of Arcs of Omen, this is technically a 6th one being released through White Dwarf. There's their own little story. It's about one of the Chaos ships. One of Chaos Arcs of Omen is following them and some Blood Angels and some Tome Keepers. Yeah,
Tome Keepers, yes, the White Dwarf.
Tome Keepers. So the White Dwarf specific faction chapter, they're part of the story as well. So that's kind of cool that they've tied it in with them. The very first lot of missions, so you get 6 missions, I think, in the first book, and then 6 in the next issue as well. The first ones are all about chaos-infected Arcs of Omen. So you get these cool, I believe they're cut out. They might not be pop out, but some of the card stock in the middle of the White Dwarf you can take out, cut it up, and you've got these extra gaming tiles to represent those. And then in the latest one, it's all about kind of like boarding. So you're actually doing an assault onto a ship, and you get these little tiles that represent your boarding pods, I guess, for want of a better word, or a docking clamp between 2 ships. And there's a bunch of missions all about that, those kind of specific actions and how that affects. So you can attack all from one side or around a command point on the Arcs of Omen. So I read those. Really fascinating, really interesting. Really reminds me of kind of cool missions and rules that you used to get back in the heyday of White Dwarf from the 90s, where you would get a Warhammer Quest mission with a tile or a couple of rooms that you can cut out and stick down to card and stuff like that. So yeah, really, really cool, really positive, and really happy with the stuff that they've been putting in White Dwarf lately. So that's been a positive about Arcs of Omen. Maybe one day we'll get around to talking about it as well when we can cover Arcs of Omen.
When we're in that 4-month lull that you were describing earlier.
Exactly. That's what we were going to be talking about. But yeah, because we're missing that first key book, it might take a while to get around to it.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, right? We've got lots of events and stuff. I mean, we've got Warhammer Fest, we've got... Actually, we haven't got that many, now, have we, actually? We've just come off the back of lots of events, but there's not too much on the horizon at the minute.
No, we've not got any doubles planned. We've not got any, other events. Obviously, Rapid Fire Wargaming 3 is happening later in the year, but that's
June, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a while away.
We're thinking of doing our own event. That's something we're working on in the background, but that's TBD. Got to find venues and sort out all that stuff first.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, maybe we need to sign up to more events.
Maybe. Think of the content. That's the way forward.
Although, as we've alluded to many times, I think this in-between time between the end of 9th and the start of 10th is a great time to be doing other stuff. So boarding actions is a prime example if we can get hold of the book. But, things like Kill Team is another great one because we have that stuff and we've said to the listeners that we would do Kill Team, so that's something we need to prioritise and
for sure.
play some games on. Age of Sogama, been having great times having played that. Although I recently this week I've been looking at Caldron Overlords going, there's a new battle tome coming out for that soon. I've always liked them. Can I be tempted to start?
Stick with your Nighthorns, mate. You got just a few more units we got maybe that's the thing now. We need to ramp up to the 1,500 point armies and.
Yes, I mean, I was thinking about it. It's popular content. Loads of people like to do Taylor Full Wargamer style content. We could. And I think we should do something. I was thinking maybe we do a 10th edition army each. Ooh. Not just us. Get Tim and Richie involved as well. Joe, if he wants to come along, because he'd do it in a weekend, sell it before we've finished ours, that sort of thing. So, get them on, talk about it. It would be good to do a good, 10th edition type thing. Rather than New Year, New Army, New Edition, New Army. I think that would be quite good fun.
Yeah, that's quite a common practice, to be fair. What was I going to say? I had something in my brain. Oh, yeah. One of the other stock-related issues and things, and definitely one of the most interesting things to come out of Black Library since the start of Horus Heresy is we're now, this week, about to begin the end of Horus Heresy, which is pretty mad. Are you aware of this, Phil? You heard about all this?
I saw they did a recap about the Siege of Terror books, which I've been avoiding because one day I will read them all.
So this weekend,
but yes, it's is it the first book of the two-parter?
Yeah, so the End and the Death, Volume 1. We don't know if it's a two-parter actually, or unless they've stated that. Maybe it's it could be like a three-parter for all we know. But
I guess they could curveball.
Yeah, but they had a bit of a stock issue though, because apparently lots of people have this now by accident and people are leaking it all over the internet. So that's fun. But yeah, God, this in the world of Warhammer is massive, right? So at last we will get and again, obviously this is all mad when you say it in context of reality, but we will get a, air quotation marks, true account of the events of the death of the Emperor of Mankind in lore.
That'll be pretty huge.
So up until this point, everything about it has been somewhat shrouded in mystery in the typical Warhammer 40,000 way. But yeah, with the release of this book, there is essentially a undeniable, certifiable series of events that tell in detail what happened when the Emperor boarded.
Yes, or it will be Obi-Wan Kenobi, from a certain point of view.
Potentially.
It will always be probably done in an unreliable narrator point, so if they ever need to get out clause to change something, they probably got it. But as you say, these are normally relatively definitive and not ironcast lore, because I think even within the Black Library novels, there's been inconsistencies with some aspects of the lore. But you can always, as you say, unreliable narrator, get away with it to an extent.
But
that'll be interesting, because obviously the main thing is Horus kills Sanguinius, but he's chinked the armor, allowing the Emperor to kill him. And there's always
even then, once upon a time, it was a brave Imperial Guardsman that created
Yes, it was. Yeah, I'd sort of love it if they brought him back.
But there's all these extra elements that Dan Abnett has rolled into the world of Horus Heresy, and obviously you've not listened to or read any of these books, so you don't know all of this stuff. So, out of respect to our listeners, I won't go into excruciating details because of spoilers, but Dan Abnett has done such a good job within his books, and ultimately within the overall kind of Horus Heresy, to just add in stuff that creates all these interesting, it's building. and stuff that doesn't even involve like the main players. Like he's introduced a series of characters that have otherwise never been spoken of, and they've become kind of integral to like the overall narrative of, you know, all of these events. So that's the stuff that's really exciting. It's going to be really exciting to see how that pays off. It's going to be really exciting to see. My thing is, and again, I haven't seen any spoilers. I don't know anything. But as I said years ago or months ago or whenever it was, I still love it for them to twist it. And I would love for Sanguinius to turn evil at the end. Like I'd love Khorne to corrupt him, and then for that to be, maybe that's the thing. Maybe all along the gods of chaos really just wanted Sanguinius because he was the great angel. And maybe they finally corrupt him in the final moments and they pour everything into him. And then maybe Abaddon kills Sanguinius, not because Sanguinius, not because of he was tainted by evil, because he was jealous that Sanguinius has taken everything or whatever. Yeah. And then maybe... I mean, yeah. Or maybe that Sanguinius kills kills Abaddon. And the Emperor kills Sanguinius.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, that'd be pretty wild.
It would, yeah. I think they'd obviously have to do something that wouldn't annoy Blood Angel players.
I don't think it would annoy Blood Angel players if actually... I think if anything, it makes Sanguinius even more badass if he kills... he kills Horus. I might have been saying Abaddon up to this point. I can't remember, but he kills Horus, and then the Emperor betrays him because the Emperor's plan all along is to like be instilled in the throne and do something or something. You know what I mean? Like maybe they realize that because Sanguinius has the gift of foresight, right? And maybe in those moments he realizes that, oh God, the Emperor actually is evil, and that's why the Emperor kills him, because it's like, oh, because to be honest with you, right? Like, and credit to Luton. I know I always shout out Luton, but I was listening to Luton's Star Child thing the other day, and he was talking about basically like the Emperor, though, not the best, is he? When you consider that the Golden Throne has been designed from the outset to essentially perpetuate him, and is also designed from the outset to consume tens of thousands of human souls every day. It's like, so why did you build this? Like, what was the point of this? Why was this already a feature? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, it's just that thing where it's like, hang on, mate. Like,
I guess it's needs must.
Well, it did, but what was the need? Like, he built it. Like, he must have thought about what the need was going to be. And, you know, is it that this is just the apotheosis? Is this is all about his ascension? Is it really that the Emperor has always just wanted to ascend to godhood? And is that the drive? Because when you think about it, like, Custodes are genetically engineered to exclusively obey him. Like, Custodes are basically forced to obey him. Space Marines are genetically and psycho-indoctrinated to the point that it's very difficult for them not to obey him. I mean, obviously some don't, but most of them do. Like, and every other thing that has known him throughout history has essentially been like, ooh, that guy, you know, like all the other perpetuals, all the other, you know, creatures that are of the Emperor or similar to the Emperor are all like, geez, yeah, that guy's a bit nutty. And, you know, why did he only appear after basically humanity was like at the brink of extinction? Like, why was it then that he turned up? You know, because theoretically he's been around this whole time and he's never got involved until, you know, he was like, screw this, I'm going to go become a god, you know?
True. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the plot twist is that there is no plot twist and that they just go, yeah we're just going to retell the story as it is and
do it really good. Like, you know.
Yeah, and that's not going to upset anyone. Whereas the plot twist has the potential of angering loads of fans, but also potentially being really cool at the same time. Whereas if they just played it safe, I think there's sort of not... There's no real disappointment in there not being a plot twist. You'd be like, oh, it could have been nice, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just play it safe and they don't do anything like that. Or if they do, it's really minor, and it's, you know, to do with like, yeah, the human guy that was the guy that Chunk did the chink in the armor or something. Like they do plot twists around tertiary characters, not around the Emperor, Sanguinius, or Horus. It's like something else. So there is a plot twist element to it. But not the main thing.
I would love it. I would love it if the Emperor kills Sanguinius. I'd love that. I'd love that if it was that betrayal by the Emperor. Like maybe it's like the Emperor sees an opportunity to strike down Horus, but has to go through Sanguinius to get it. Like maybe it's one of those, and he takes the shot, kills Sanguinius, and then doesn't. Because again, even then, right? Because like that's the thing with like the death of Sanguinius in and of itself, right? And the way that it creates the Black Rage. Like, because the Black Rage is essentially like, it's a psychic echo of Sanguinius and his death, right? And it's the Marines that basically fall to the Black Rage are the ones that envision themselves as Sanguinius being struck down by Horus. But imagine if that actually turns out the reason why they all go crazy, it's not that the vision is they get struck down by Horus. It's because they're getting struck down by the Emperor, and then and that's what breaks them.
It would be a very sort of like bittersweet ending for him to be like, the only way that Horus could die is basically, you say, the Emperor had to take the shot, but in doing so, Sanguinius had to be in the way because that was their one chance to do it.
But it speaks to also how the Emperor treats everything around him, because everything other than him is disposable and just tools. And it's that thing where it's like, he talks a good game, but Sanguinius is no more important to him than he's one of his most important tools. But at the end of the day, it's no more important than a bomb in the grand scheme.
Yeah, I mean, that feels fittingly grimdark as a way to go.
I would love it. I'd love it if they really played up the fact that the Emperor is just evil. And I just think that, but that's what you want from him. Like, I want the Emperor to be evil. I want him to be the worst possible version of himself, because I think that's the most interesting version of that character. This, you know, because they say with the Emperor, everyone sees what they want to see in him. He's this ultimate, like, he's just a web of deceit and lies. And I've been listening to a bunch of the Dark Angel books at the moment, because I've got a real like Dark Angel on at the moment. And the thing about like the Dark Angels is that where like Leman Russ and the Wolves are the Emperor's executioner, the Dark Angels are the Emperor's exterminator, right? Like they basically like, he sends Lionel Johnson, or rather, sorry, he sends Leman Russ and the Space Wolves to deal with like legions and to deal with to bring them to heel. Basically, he'll kill command structures and like discipline, but it's the Dark Angels that go in and eradicate all knowledge and existence, and that's why the Dark Angels are so veiled in secrets, because the whole kind of upper echelons of the Dark Angels are designed in a way to keep secrets, because they are basically doing all the awful things that the Emperor can't trust anyone else to do. But then you have to ask yourself the question, is like, well, why does the Emperor need that? You know, why does the Emperor need to keep all these like dark, horrific secrets? And you get little teasers of that with lots of like the Dark Angels narratives, where it's like, oh, turns out only Lionel Johnson, a few members of his inner circle, and the Emperor know about this evil thing, or this, and it's always like, oh, okay, this goes pretty deep. So I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think the whole thing is, I don't know. Yeah, I blame that Luton video, by the way, as well. I encourage everyone to go watch it. It's so good. It's like an hour and 15 minutes, but by all accounts, you listen to this podcast, so you got you're fine with that. But yeah, it's just, it's lovely. And this book, I'm so excited. The Siege of Terror has been so good. So good. I have to be honest, the last of the books, what was the last of the book called? Echoes of Eternity. Slow burn at the start, like the first couple of hours of it. Not an easy read or listen. in my case, because it was just a lot of stuff walking around a desert being confused. But once it picked up and it developed the characters and the story and it just built, it became one of the... That was just so good. But it was a bit hard to get into, but I think that's the case a lot of the time with the heresy books, though, unfortunately. Because they are so massive.
Well, I mean, even some of the 40k ones are like that. Like, they crescendo really well, but the build-up's pretty... I don't want to say boring, just difficult to listen to and concentrate because I like to do audiobooks and then I'll be doing that while doing something else like painting, for example. And sometimes it's, difficult to keep track of it. Like I remember the Belisarius Cool one being really good by the end, but there was a bit of a slog to get there basically when you finally realise what's going on and where the story's going. You're like, okay, cool. But then I think in part quite often I struggle to be in the right mood to want to listen to an audiobook and then also be doing something mundane enough that I can listen to it while doing something else like painting, which I can only do if it's like, a paint scheme I know how to do off the back of my hand. Like I'm painting Minotaurs, okay, I know what I'm doing. Whereas like with my Nighthaunt, for example, it's like all painting it for the first time. It requires a lot of thought to be like, okay, what colours are going where, writing it all down on my little painting guide. Sometimes you're experimenting with stuff and that requires almost like too much processing power in my brain to also concentrate while on listening to an audiobook at the same time. So sometimes I'll listen to an audiobook, I'll only do 5 or 10 minutes here and there, and then it's like a few hours later or a few days later I'm listening to it again, and then you kind of forget sort of what's happened.
No, that's fair. Of the heresy books, I personally feel like Unremembered Empire is up there for me at the moment. I feel like that one's been one of the ones I've enjoyed. The original trilogy, very good. Unremembered Empire is also very, very strong. But Phil, you owe it to yourself. Listen to the original trilogy. Like those three books are so good.
Yeah, I did start the very first one and then I stopped and I've not gone back.
Mate,
I've
honestly,
instead been listening to Sharp and I've been loving it.
Mate,
maybe once that's done, I'll go on to Horus Heresy.
You know the weirdest thing with the first Heresy book is breaking through the initial bit of it. So I don't feel like it's a spoiler to talk about the start of the very first Horus Heresy book, right? Because the opening line is, I was there the day Horus killed the Emperor, right? But they're not referring to the Emperor. They're referring to just a guy who called himself the Emperor.
Yes, which I never realised until listening to that bit, and then you're like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I always assumed it was some kind of like, I wouldn't use the term gallows humour, some kind of like morbid joke where it was like, yeah, he thought he did, but he never did, sort of thing. But no, it's literally a different person.
Yeah, because they encounter a different empire of mankind led by the Emperor of Mankind, but it's a different character. But yeah, that story that unfolds and everything that happens in it is just, it's so good. It's so good. And it just picks up. And once you start getting introduced to the characters and you form that relationship with Garvel Loken? Yeah, that's the words. It just goes to a different place. Once you're about a ways into it, you're just like, oh, okay, cool. I'm hooked. And it's so good. Those first 3 are just phenomenal. But, at your own pace, Phil. It's only been out for 15 years or something. You'll get around to it.
There's no rush. I'll get
rush. No rush. Got loads of time, all the time in the world.
Exactly. Unless I drop dead tomorrow.
Don't do that. Although I feel like I might drop dead at the minute. I've still got a bit of this cough kicking on, which is very annoying. I just can't quite shake it yet, I feel better, but I've just got this, going on.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too good.
I apologise if my breathing has been rubbish. I'll do my best to try and remove it with filters in the editing process, but I make no promises. Cool. All right. Well, there you go. That's episode 149. Good times. Anything for you, Phil?
No, although there's one thing I might like to say. Hold on. I'm just going to double check the person's name so I've got it correct. we had in the post a little drawing from someone.
Oh yeah, drawings.
Two drawings. Well, I say drawings. Prints is the correct term. Two lovely pieces of 40k art. One's for you. It's a Space Marine. One's for me. It was a servo skull. I think it was a guy called James, I want to say, who sent it to us. He's done them. He didn't give any Instagram or anything like that, so maybe he doesn't have it. But I'm pretty sure his name was James. So thank you, James, for sending those on. I'll bring you yours, Dan, when I see you next, which will hopefully be quite soon. So you can do what you want with it. I'm going to try and frame mine because it's that good.
Nice. Blimey. What kind of print was it? A lino print?
Yeah, possibly. It's got a very like Japanese sort of style, but yeah, I think it could potentially be a lino print. Black and white, well, black, but also some red.
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
probably a lino print by all accounts. You wouldn't normally like screen print with just a single color. I mean, you can screen print with single color, but obviously it's better with like multiple sort of layers to it, isn't it? This whole screen printing process.
Yes, no, exactly.
Or it's an etching. Could have been one of those like etching pads that you do, like where you just scrape into the metal and then acid etch it.
Oh god, my childhood memories of doing that on a tiger or something. It looked awful.
On a tiger? You etched into a tiger?
Did you never have it where it's like there's like an illustration printed on it and you etch it yourself following the line?
No, I just used to when I did like art. We just did actual print classes and did all the etching stuff. Yeah, so we made our own plates.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was really cool, man. Like, yeah, so you used to just get like a copper plate, and then you would like scratch into it all of like the print details, and then you would etch it, or rather, you would put it in like an acid bath to then like bite into the, because it was like basically it was like circuit board style stuff, you know?
Yes, yeah. Well, I've had people ask me about edge brass stuff, because obviously the Forge World stuff they don't do it anymore. And they've gone, oh, would you ever do that? And I was like, I remember looking into it one time, and it is complicated, because you've got to have the brass, you got to like print on it, and then you've got to do several dunks into different acids to start the chemical process, remove it, that will like effectively dissolve the bits that you've not printed on. Or removes the bit you have printed on. I can't remember which now. I was like, it's just too much effort for the work, the output on it. And it's like, as cool as that would be to do, it's sort of beyond my remit. And also space, which is predominantly what I'm limited by in this tiny hobby shed of mine. So I've not got room for like several acid baths. But making your own custom etched brass, oh my god, that's like peak hobby. That would be brilliant to do.
Yeah, it was fun. My sister-in-law, she does incredible screen prints, like just the most mad things you've ever seen. Like she does these like insane, like she basically went really heavy into like screen printing for a bit, and it was amazing. I mean, she's an extraordinarily talented artist, to be fair, so it's not a great shocker. But anyway, there we go. Thank you, everyone. Nice. And especially thank you to what we were calling him,
James.
Matthew.
It is James.
James, flipping it.
I checked it as James.
All right. Cheers, James. I look forward to seeing it. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
My bum is on the rail. Bum is on the rail. Look at me. My bum is on the rail. My bum is on the man. Bum is on the man. It's a lot of fun to put your bum on a man. My bum is on the step. Bum is on the step. Don't fall down the step. You might hurt your bum. And that's not very fun if you fall down and hurt your bum. I like to put my bum on things. It's fun for everyone. That's not very fun.
Okay, sorry, I won't skateboard anymore. So I just thought it'd be fun for the video.
My bum is on the cheese. Bum is on the cheese. If I get lucky, I'll get a disease. My bum is on the Swedish My bum is on the gum, my bum is on the gum. I can blow a bubble with my bum bum bum. My bum is on the ship, the battle ship. I hope they don't shoot the cannon in my bum and do poo all over the place. Poo, cause that isn't very fun when they shoot a cannon in your bum. I like to put my bum on things, it's fun for everyone. I like to put my bum on things, it's fun for everyone. My bum is on the dog, my bum is on the cat, my bum is on the phone, my bum is all alone. The rail is all alone. The man is all alone. The Swedish is all alone. My bum is all alone. 1, 2, 3, 4. My bum is all alone. 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 Get the poo off my bum. Get the poo off. I need the poo off my bum. I gotta get the poo off my bum. Poo poo. I wanna hear the cannon. Don't let me hear the cannon. No, 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 not the loon. Not the loon. I want to hear the cannon. I want to hear the cannon. I want to hear the cannon, not the loon. Yeah, the cannon. Now get the poo off my bum. I want the poo off my bum bum. Can I hear the loon again, too?